The Great Glen Way is an 80-mile long-distance trail in Scotland. I hiked this trail solo with nothing but my tent and my bag in late September and into October of 2023. It runs coast to coast from Fort William to Inverness, following the Caledonian Canal and the major natural fault line of the Great Glen. The route offers mostly low-level walking, but still has its challenges of isolation and steep inclines throughout the hike. Whether lochside or up high, be prepared for dramatic views of expansive landscapes, as the way runs along the complete lengths of Loch Lochy, Loch Oich and Loch Ness. I met some genuinely wonderful people on this hike, encountered many adorable animals, and trekked through woods, over hills and along lochs with incredible scenery. The weather was dynamic, to be expected as it's Scotland in autumn, and the Great Glen Way truly offers everything. Designated as one of Scotland's great trails and one of my personal favourite long-distance hikes, so I hope you enjoy this adventure. I caught the midnight train to Scotland, the Caledonian Sleeper. I didn't get a room with a bed, as they would set you back by £300 to over £400, so instead I just paid for a seat, which can be between £59 to £79. At first it was quite strange as I boarded, as my allocated seat was next to a sleeping stranger who I had to wake up to sit next to, and the whole carriage was in darkness with the odd snow break in the dead silence. But what else would you expect from a sleeper train? I had to wait at Edinburgh, as the train split into two for different routes. Once I reboarded, the carriage this time was almost empty, and I had my own single seat by the window. The sun would soon rise as we'd reach the Highlands, and I silently marvelled at the serene spectacle that was to watch the Highland sunrise from the comfort of a train. It was genuinely awesome as I sped through the mountains and Munros, ancient woodlands, and even a couple sections along the West Highland Way, which I recognised from when I hiked it in 2020. I ordered my breakfast, a black coffee with a vegetarian sausage and pickle roll. I ate my food and drank my warm coffee as I enjoyed the astounding Highland scenery. This section in particular I remember from the West Highland Way, where the path gently hugs the A82 for a short while. Despite being near a busy A road, I distinctly remember the feeling of being enveloped by Scotland's mountains, as this section would lead me into the Bridge of Orchy. My video on the West Highland Way is up on my channel, just in case you haven't watched that one already.
I'm hushing the dog on the chain. I'm lining up stones on the edge of the bank. Rally the troops for another refrain. I sing this softly to myself. I sing this softly to myself. I'm buried beneath the sand. There's no way to speak or reach out my hand, watching the paper slowly unfold, bracing for news that I can't bear to hold, while I'm singing this song to myself. I sing this softly to myself. Tore up my jeans on the fence, this iron road I cannot bend, but my walking is lighter when I walk with a friend. I sing this softly to myself. I sing this softly to myself. I'm waking up early again, sitting alone and listening. There is no separation from you and the end. I sing this softly to myself. I sing this softly to myself.
I arrived in Fort William and made my way to the start point of the trail. The Great Glen Way begins at the old fort which gives Fort William its name. It was originally built by General George Monk in 1645 guarding the mouth of the river Lochy. Much of the fort's remains were demolished to make way for the railway. This monument signifies the official starting point of the Great Glen Way. It contains interesting information regarding the route and about the natural fault line that this hike follows, the Great Glen Fault. Some of it reads, the earliest known movement of the Great Glen Fault occurred over 400 million years ago, when the land to the north moved southwestwards by several hundred kilometres to join the land to the south. Many movements on the fault have occurred since, and it's still active. There have been over 60 minor earthquakes along the Glen in the last 200 years. Fortunately, most have been too faint to be noticed by local people. I walked on, leaving Fort William behind, through the neighbouring villages of Inverlochy and Lochside, with the river Lochy to my left, and impressive but almost ominous views of Ben Nevis to my right. It felt like a rare sight to see the tops of Ben Nevis not completely shrouded in cloud.
Hello everyone, so as you would have gathered from the intro that I would have done, because I haven't spoken the whole time until now, I'm on the Great Glen Way, just started about 20 minutes ago, and weather's quite mild at the minute, but I've even though I planned this a month in advance, the other day I got a moderate yellow weather warning for wind and rain for tonight, so I'm a bit nervous. I definitely won't be camping by any lochs if there's going to be heavy rainfall, so that's the idea. I'm going to be camping, wild camping, campsites, whatever. If I do need to seek out alternative accommodation, I definitely will. I think I'll judge and see how it gets around 3 o'clock, so it's just before 11 now. My train got in at 10:30, or just before that, and I nipped into Morrison's for a few extra bits, and yeah, so I'm about 20-25 minutes in on the trail, and that is a rare sight. Ben Nevis with no cloud on the top, with no cloud cover, so you can actually see the top of Ben Nevis, which, yeah, like I said, that's quite rare, especially on a cloudy day like today, I suppose. I've seen a few locals just back there, stood staring at it like dog walkers, and they're like, oh, look at it, it's so clear. So that's quite funny. I mean, there's a little cloud creeping over the top of it now. I wonder if anyone's up there. Most likely. I mean, you know, tallest mountain in the UK and all. It's quite popular. Anyway, I'll see how I do. And yeah, the train journey was amazing. The Caledonian Sleeper, I stopped off at Edinburgh because the train had to detach and then attach an extra engine because apparently it's quite uphill. The second half of the journey from Edinburgh, by far the best. Not only because I actually saw the views once the sun rose, but I had my own seat. I was kind of cramped next to a stranger on the way there, which is the case for trains, really, isn't it? You can't be picky. Oh, what's that? Surging water, deep fast flowing water, hydroelectric. Yeah, so if I do end up camping tonight, it won't be on the shores of a loch for sure. Again, one of the locals, a dog walker, said to me when we were talking about the incoming storm, he said there are a few campers further down back that way that he saw, and he thought hopefully they're not camping overnight because he reckons it's going to flood. So anyway, I'm gonna stop my rambling now, continue walking. Now I've filled you guys in, even though, you know, future me would have done an intro and filled you guys in anyway. So let's just see what happens. And if I end up having to pay nearly 100 quid, because that's the cheapest one I've found for accommodation tonight, or if I'm going to be camping, while camping, so that'll be fun. So up the Soldiers Bridge is the way on the Great Glen Way, but I'm going to take a quick detour first to Lochy Castle just to check that out, and I'll be back to the bridge in a minute. Turns out it's fenced off at the minute. I think there's some work that's being done, so at least I can see it though. Like I said, quick little detour. I literally went up to it, had a little look, walked by it, and back to the Great Glen Way over the Soldiers Bridge.
You are too mouthy. Good boys. Come on, activate. Good boys.
The Soldiers Bridge runs adjacent to a railway bridge. It was built in the 60s by the army as a gesture of goodwill to remove anyone's temptation to use the railway bridge as a shortcut, which is of course dangerous and illegal. So they built this bridge to allow pedestrians to cross safely. The first section of this trail is an hour or so of relatively suburban walking, but instead of feeling disheartened by the busy road crossings and urban areas cast against the backdrop of a dull grey sky, I told myself to look forward to the promise of the countryside, canal walking, woodland hiking, natural landscapes, lochside walking, and traversing through areas of bountiful nature, which was to come very soon.
I'm aware that I've made it harder for myself because the path's actually up there on paved ground, and I'm like kind of trudging through rocks and seaweed, but I like it. It smells nice, and I can smell the salt in the air and everything, and it's probably the seaweed though that I can smell. And the odd dead seagull I keep seeing, oh my god, There's tons just scattered around. Dismembered seagulls. I love how colourful these rocks are. I'm just kind of transfixed on them at the minute. Try not to slip on all the seaweed. I'm just going to go up that ramp there and rejoin the actual path.
Along the route there were information boards as I learnt a lot of interesting facts about the area. Some of the information reads as follows. Ben Nevis is a part of a mighty Caledonian mountain range that stretches for more than 1,500 miles to the north in Norway and Greenland and continues as far south as the Appalachian Range in North America. Ben Nevis is composed mainly of granite, a red inner granite, a pale pink outer granite, and a darker relative of granite called diorite. Each granite represents a separate intrusion of molten magma, forming chambers beneath the Caledonian Mountains about 420 million years ago. The magma was injected into ancient folded metamorphic rocks of the Dalradian supergroup. These were originally sedimentary rocks deposited as sand and mud in a shallow sea over a long period from 750 to 480 million years ago. The summit of Ben Nevis is made of very different rocks, layers of black lava of a variety called andesite. The great 200-metre north face of Ben Nevis is largely built up of these lavas. They flowed from a volcano either above or near the present mountain.
Here's the Caledonian Canal, and now I'll be going that way, heading along, the correct direction to Inverness, because pretty much that way I've been going along the shoreline, up and around, down and around, and that way is northbound, so it feels right to be heading in that direction now finally. So yeah, exciting. Thought I'd say that along this entire route I'll be keeping track of my miles and letting you guys know mile points, and just so it helps you guys plan, because I know that helps me plan, and I know there's kind of a lack of that online in terms of how in detail and in depth every kind of point marker is. So you join the, if you're following the traditional Great Glen way that goes along the shoreline and all that, so as you reach the Caledonian Canal for the first time, it's just under 3.5 miles in. So I'm about 3.5 miles in now, because I've been walking along it for a few minutes. But yeah, just so you guys know. I was just thinking to myself then, but not wanting to jinx it, it's very calm at the minute, considering there's meant to be a storm coming. And I've just checked the weather, so that's my location, and then that's the storm, so it's going to be moving its way up. So yeah, it's definitely going to get heavy. I think I've really got to consider getting some sort of accommodation. So just over 4 miles in, and I'm coming up to Neptune's staircase there, which I'll show you when I get closer. It's a very popular, famous point on the trail because of how many locks it's got. It's got a lot. So I'll show you when I'm a bit closer. It looks pretty cool, pretty intimidating actually. Am I allowed to cross?
Neptune's Mirror is a small mirrored cabin installed next to Neptune's staircase. This mirrored pavilion reflects the surrounding views and greenery, installed in 2014 and commissioned by the Scottish Government. Neptune's staircase is a marvel, an impressive feat of engineering built by Thomas Telford between 1803 and 1822. It comprises of 8 locks on the Caledonian Canal and is the longest staircase lock in Britain. It takes boats and vessels around 90 minutes to pass through Neptune's staircase. as the water between each lock either lifts or lowers the boat by 20 metres in order to climb up or down the canal relative to its elevation. I was lucky enough to see this in action, as upon approach I managed to observe the Lord of the Highlands, which is a boutique cruise ship, part of the Hebridean Island Cruises fleet, climb down Neptune's staircase.
Does he smell bad or is he alright yet?
I rested for a few minutes as I watched, which was my first break in over 4 miles. I felt lucky to witness the passage of this esteemed ship on this renowned and revered staircase lock.
Okay, so as I do tend to daydream and not pay attention, I should be on that side of the canal where there's an actual path, but instead I found myself on this, and the bridge to cross over is a mile back, and I've just passed a person who said there are a couple aqueducts before Lochy, just like bridges under the canal. He said to take them, if not, there is a path like this, but he said it's not a very good one, it's wet and muddy, so keeping my eye out for the aqueducts. Okay, so here's the plan. I'm not camping tonight. I've spoken to a few people along the route and they've all mentioned the weather and said how bad it's going to be, and they said even though it's very calm now, they said later tonight it's going to be a downpour, and you know, everyone's been warned, and I'm just like, right, I've got to book a place. This isn't even me making an excuse, I promise. I really did want to camp, but it's not a wise decision, I don't think. Yeah, I've camped in storms before, I've camped in heavy rain, really heavy rain, and like, you know, gale force winds, as you know from my Calf Crag video. So I don't know, I don't want to risk it my first night. I don't want to get everything wet and then have a soaking wet kit for the rest of the walk. So I had two options really. There was one at Speen Bridge for £95. That's a hotel room including continental breakfast. £95 is steep. I'm on a budget. And the second option is a hostel in a shared dorm. They had one bed left, so it was going to be full. I wouldn't just have it to myself, which, you know, it's fine. I've done it before. It's a hostel for, I think that was £34 or something like that, so you know, £60 cheaper. However, it was near Invergary, and basically from where I am it's another 16 miles and it's already 1 o'clock, so bear that in mind. Sunsets at 7. We've got 6 hours of daylight. Yeah, I know, night hiking, all that stuff, but it's going to be torrential by then, and I don't really want to be out that long. It's going to be torrential and windy, apparently. It better be at this point. So I've ended up booking the expensive one at Speen Bridge. The lady was lovely on the phone. I thought I'd call instead of booking it online, just in case. A cheaper room, and she knocked a £5 off for me. She said I can do it for 90, and I was like, okay, thank you. You know, it's a £5, but it's a £5, you know what I mean? So I took it and I was like, yep, I'll take it, pay when I get there. And yeah, so I think Speen Bridge is just under 10 miles away. I think it's 9 from here, 8 or 9. So it's literally half the distance than the other one, so I had to weigh up my options. Do I pay £60 more for you know, to get there during daylight, during probably not the worst stop? I mean, I don't know when it's meant to start. I think it said 3, but it could change, and it's currently 1, so I think I'll probably get there around 4 or 5 depending. So I'd say about just over 3 hours. I think that's what it'll usually take me, considering it's all level walking. It's not really very difficult walking, so I can make some tracks in pretty good time. So yeah, basically that's all I needed to tell you, and I turned it into a 4-minute story. I've booked that hotel. It's the Highland Bridge Hotel in Speembridge, and it looks really lovely, to be honest, and I'm really looking forward to it, even though I have to pay £90. And it's not just been payday, so I'm a little bit, you know, I've put money aside for this walk, for things like this. But oh my god, I just smelled it. I don't know, it doesn't smell of anything. I like it though. Yeah, see what I mean? This is why I miss paths and stuff. I need to focus and stop getting distracted by literally everything. And I do it when I talk as well, like now. I gotta wind myself up. I'm sorry. Sorry if you don't like my rambling. If you do, let me know. It'll make me feel so much better. I'll get to Speembridge tonight and then see what the weather's doing tomorrow. I think tonight's meant to be the worst night for the storm. I think after tomorrow midday it's meant to pass. I know I said I'd stop talking, but I just wanted to say, look at the autumn colours coming through. I am absolutely elated. I am overwhelmed with just comfort and happiness right now. I love autumn colours. I love it when the leaves turn. I'm sure many people do. It's just so, it's like, I don't know, it feels like home when I see them change. It's similar to spring when I see all the flowers bloom, and that's why those two are my favourite seasons, because, you know, spring you've got the green and the colours coming out of the dead winter, and then in autumn you've got the lovely warm colours. All my favourite colours as well, like deep greens and yellow ochre and burnt sienna, bright oranges, deep reds. All my favourite colours are like autumn colours. So yeah, and just thought I'd say, so I'm about, how many miles am I now? So I'm just under 6. I'll show you. So I've been walking for that long and I've done just under 6 miles, so 5.8, 5.9 miles, and yeah, that's my Strava. If you guys want to follow me, I'll link it in the description. Oh my god, 1 second, I need to navigate this. Oh, this is cool. I like this area. It's very oh god. I need to concentrate on this. It's very, I don't know, magical, nice. So, oh, there's some people up there. I wonder what they're doing. I hope they can't hear me. I get really shy when I'm overheard speaking on camera. If my voice sounds a bit funny and deeper and a bit more drony than usual, I do apologise. I've got a really sore throat at the minute. I came down with it about 2 days ago, and I was like, not right before my walk, please. So it's just really sore, and you know when you've got a sore throat and you have to kind of really control how you speak, and you can't change your pitch too much, so I have to be a little bit more monotone. I'm sorry, I hate how it sounds. Oh god, that's what I mean, I can't even like swallow. Anyway, yeah, my Strava's linked, my Facebook if you guys want to follow me on Facebook, and also if you want to buy me a coffee, there's a link for that as well. I don't want to plug too many things. I know how annoying that is. I'm sorry, and I'm not asking for money. I'm just saying, if you want to support the channel, buy me a coffee, or my Etsy page, which I need to get back onto because I've not really done anything to that in nearly a year, to be honest. So yeah, that's all. My god, look at that stone thing down there, that's so sweet. If it was like really dry here, that would be such a cute camping spot. But obviously, you know, probably midges as well. Look at these twigs with reindeer moss and lichen on them. I love that. I've been actually collecting bits of reindeer moss as I pass some in my pocket. It's getting pretty full of reindeer moss, and I've seen some conkers about, and I'm really trying to refrain from foraging too many little things. Oh my god. Speaking of like magical places, look at that. You've got this tree and that tree and oh my god. Oh, to be a fish or a frog or something living happily there, because I think as a human it would be a pretty filthy, pretty stagnant, but it's so cute. I've kind of liked the solitude on the side of the path. I did pass one other person, and that's it. The person who told me about the aqueducts, which I haven't come across. I hope I've not missed them. Oh god, trudging through mud, getting there all muddy to this nice hotel. I don't think it's a fancy hotel, it's just it looks cozy, really cozy in the pictures. Yeah, I'm not antisocial at all, but it's nice to have the route mostly to yourself. There's been a lot of traffic on that side. I've just come off the path a bit, very naturally. I don't know why I'm telling you guys. I guess I don't know, like you enough. I'm talking to the camera, no, I'm talking to you guys, like it's fine, little naturey, this lovely little enchanted area, hoping that no one walks by. I don't think I mentioned when I got off the train at Edinburgh at 4 this morning, with a few other people did, only about 4 other people did, to change carriages for Fort William, but you know, that's just the seated people. If you sleep in there, then they don't disturb you, they attach it to that one. And I met a German woman who was doing the Great Glen Way as well. She was an older woman, and yeah, she'd flown over from Germany and she'd done the West Highland Way last year, and she wanted to do the Great Glen Way this year, so she had a backpack about as big as mine. And she said today she's not really starting much of the walk, she's just getting in, and she's camping at the Glen Nevis campsite, which is where I camped on my very last day on the West Highland Way. And I'm assuming she probably did as well when she did it, and it's nice knowing that there's someone. I mean, she's going to be, when she starts tomorrow, about a good 15 miles behind me, I think, something like that, 16, maybe 17. But it's nice to know that there's another solo woman hiking the trail who's not that far behind me. I say not that far, you know, not, you know, most of the day's walk behind me, but still, she might catch up, you know. God, that'd put me in my place if she did. Oh, I wonder if, should I check this out? Because it might be an aqueduct, although I doubt it now. I don't think it is. Nice though. I can hear a road nearby up there, I think. If it's a bit further up, I hope. Okay, this to me looks like it goes under, so I'm gonna check it out and hopefully it goes under. I don't know why it wouldn't. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know how I feel about this, to be honest. I mean, I'm gonna have to do it, but oh shit. Right, I've got my hand on my knife just in case. Oh my god. This is actually okay, I need to take a picture actually. walking slow because there's a bit of water actually. Crossover. It's so scary to turn around. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that wasn't very calming. That was quite tense actually. But at least now this little road should lead me back to the path and I'll be on the correct side. So not only that, you know, hopefully the path, because it's the main path, won't be treacherous, as the guy said. Where it just was by that gate. Interesting ditch there. Just kind of sort of the trail and wanted to have a peek. I've just passed a really lovely woman walking a dog and I was like, oh, where have you come from today? I tend to ask people that just so I can gauge timings, and then I say like, how long would you say that is? And she's come from Moy Bridge, and actually she didn't say how long ago that was, so I have no idea. And I said, well, I'm going to Speen Bridge. She was like, oh, that's quite a bit further. What a cute little house. Nice little tree in the garden and the canal right here. How amazing is that? What a sweet place to live. I think I'm about halfway on my day at this point, roughly. So I've done 7.5 miles, and maps say I'm about 6.5 to 7 miles from the Highland Bridge Hotel in Speen Bridge. So I've not actually stopped for a break in the whole 3.5 hours I've been walking, and I've not taken my bag off or anything. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to sit down and I'm going to have a snack, because I really need a snack at this point. By the way, yeah, the wind has been picking up quite a bit, and probably got something to do with it being more open up there, but you know, I think that's a scary storm coming. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna find a nice comfy patch to sit on, not gravel, and yeah, have something to eat because I am very hungry at the minute. And the rain's just caught up with me. It's not too heavy at the minute, but you know, I think it will pick up for sure. So I've changed into my waterproof, used a cute little stump back there to pop my bag on while I get my coat on. It's not too bad though, like coldness wise or anything like that. And I imagine I'll probably be walking in it for a couple hours. But like I said, I'm glad I've got somewhere to stay tonight, especially if it gets worse than this. But like I said, this isn't too bad. But I know I've just jinxed it, so we'll see how it goes. This is like the really nice rain, the moody rain, the, you know, this is autumn rain. I do like it, and I'm not just saying that because it's raining, because the weather's turning. Maybe I am trying to like put a positive spin on this, but wow, just look at it, like I fully mean it. I'm not even kidding. Like, listen to it as well. Oh, it's so lovely. It's so nice. It's nice and gentle for now. Oh, lovely blaze of yellow in the trees there. This is what I mean. I'm so happy. Wow, look at Ben Nevis now, you can't even see it. I hope no one's up there. That looks pretty heavy. Rain is getting heavier, but like I said, it's not that I can't camp in the rain. I have camped in the rain before. I don't know why I feel the need to reiterate this. I just don't want there to be any people being like, oh, grow up, camp in the rain. Like, I can, it's nice, I do enjoy it. It's just, if it's rain like this, then yeah, I'm happy with it, because it's lovely, the sound of it on the tent, atmosphere, like I said. But I think it is going to get worse, and windy as well. I think wind combined with rain, that's not... Did I actually see a frog? No, I think it was a leaf falling. These like bright orange and red ones there. They're amazing. Oh, that's what I mean. I love this so much. Oh my god. I'm so happy. And like, this is my happy place. I've got loads, but you know, that's the point. You can have loads of happy places, and just anywhere in the Scottish Highlands for me is, you know what, I think this is, have I been this far north before in the UK? Oh, ever, I guess. I don't know. I'm just asking myself a question. I don't know if I've been, not to my memory. I'm not sure if I have as a child. Have I? I'm sure when I finished the West Highland Way, Fort William was the furthest north I'd been in the UK. So yeah, this is good to know. Just realised. Oh my god, look at this, how sweet. Apples! Oh, you know, crab apples, so don't eat these guys, they'll make you really ill. But how cute are they? Little crab apples on the floor. That's so sweet. There's just something so... I'm trying to think of words I've not used before, because I'm just going to keep repeating myself. I'm going to take this one a bit further in. There you go. They look like tennis balls from over here. I actually thought that was one. Just past, just before I reached that abandoned house, I passed a popular wild camping spot. I think it's a Trailblazer one, Moy Bridge. And I met up with a dog walker. We crossed paths, this woman, she was really lovely, and she said she walked here and back, and that was about maybe an hour and a half ago. So that checks out. Oh yeah, this is two popular Trailblazer sites. What's this? If it wasn't Stormy, I'd definitely consider this. Oh, of course. This is one that I actually had in mind myself before I got all those weather warnings from the Met Office and people I've met. So given how heavy the bursts of rain have been, not currently but they have been, and I'm drenched even though I've got my waterproofs on, mainly in my hair, and it's been wet in my face, I've definitely made the right decision. Because you could say, well, why don't you camp in a forest, you know, you get some rain cover, but then it's like there's gonna be really strong winds as well. Yeah, wind cover, but also you don't want a tree toppling over where you're camping, so avoid that where possible, especially in old forests like the ones around here. So I suppose sometimes you just gotta brave it, sometimes you just gotta risk it, and sometimes you gotta say, I'm gonna be sensible and go for the comfortable option. Hello. Oh, you look so sweet as well. Hey. So this is Lochy, and again this is another area where I had in mind to wall camp, because I think there is a trailblazer site just either up there or down there, I don't remember. I think it's up there, it looks more open. But yeah, Spean Bridge, 3.5 miles this way. So it's good to know that I'm doing more miles than I expected, even though I suppose the miles off route. Oh, cute dog. That's a lovely house. Oh my god. Look at these graves. I'm going to be coming back this way tomorrow anyway, I think, so I'll check them out. I'm going to pass them because my feet hurt. And I'm just 3 miles away, so not too far now. Wow. They look awesome. I just get a really good feeling from this place. It's just, I don't know, it's so open, but there's still stuff going on. It's not just dead, even though there's just houses and a canal and a river, but I don't know, it just feels good, feels nice here. And down there where the little break in the mountains there and the hills is, you can't see it, but you can see where it is, is Loch Lochy, so the loch I'll be walking along tomorrow. So Spean Bridge down there, I'm staying on, I think, just the outskirts of it in this hotel. So I'll be walking all the way back up here tomorrow, doing the extra 3 miles, and yeah, going along Loch Lochy tomorrow. Super excited. I love a good lochside walk. Hello. Oh my goodness. Hey, maybe if I give you a stroke here. You're so lovely. I've got no food for you though, I'm afraid. Oh my goodness. Hi. Yeah. Oh, you're so cute, both of you. Oh. It's very disheartening when a bus passes you and you're like, oh, I could have got a bus up here, because I feel like that's allowed if you're diverting from this trail. So uphill, the first actual incline that I've been on today, and yeah, still about 2.5 miles away. My legs are killing. Yeah, my feet and my legs are starting to ache. Always happens after the 12-mile mark on the first day of a long distance hike, and yeah, I'm still about 2.5 miles away. Oh, hello, so cute. Oh my god. Right, okay, so first of all, that noise, I'm just running a bath, and absolutely amazing. So I was walking towards Bridge and I had like another mile of uphill to go, and I was feeling a bit sorry for myself, and I was trudging along in the rain, and it started absolutely chipping it down at this point, so I was caught in a pretty much a whiteout. And then this old woman drives by in this yellow car and was like, would you like a lift? And I was like, only if that's okay, if it's on your way. So she gave me a lift, and she was so lovely. She's called Helen, and she said she used to run like a B&B a bit further down out of Bridge, the way I was coming from. And she said that her grandchildren gave her grief for showing off and still doing it at 80 years old. She was in her 80s, and she'd just come back from dropping off this elderly, I think she said, this woman who was in her 90s at a medical appointment, because she does that with her spare time now. Like, she gives lifts to people who aren't able to take themselves places due to like age or disability, and I just think that's amazing. So she was so kind, and she dropped me off here on the last mile of torrential downpour. It was so sweet, and we had a really good chat. So she dropped me off here. Obviously I've checked in, as you can see. Oh my god, the room, the manager's so lovely, by the way. She said she's gonna make me food. She's gonna make me a vegetable pasta, and she does dessert as well if I'm interested. And oh my god, so the room's got this gorgeous like forest view, tree view. I'm sorry, I should have shut that door, the bath's a bit loud, but I'm going to show you anyway. Yeah, so as you can see, a double bed, which is obviously, it's going to be nice and spacious for myself. TV, got an ensuite with a bath. She said it's the only room with a bath in the place, which is nice. So I'm just doing that. She said food's at 7, it's 5:30 now, so I've got time for a bath. And yeah, it's really lovely, really nice, definitely worth it. I'm so glad I came here, honestly. So I'm gonna have a bath and then get some food.
I woke up in my cosy bed at the Highland Bridge Hotel after a relaxing sleep and listening to the storm rage throughout the night, the howling wind and downpouring of rain telling me that I'd made the right decision. I had my breakfast and headed into Bridge in favour of finding the quickest way back to the trail, which was around 3.5 miles away.
So I've actually walked a bit further in the opposite direction because I was told that there'd be a bus that would take me to Lochy to save me about 3.5 miles of extra walking that I don't need to do, which would have taken about 2 hours, give or take. So hopefully, it says there's one in 5 minutes, but it doesn't really say. None of them say Lochy, but I'm hoping that that's just one of the stops and not like, you know, one of these main stops on the way. So if it's going this way, I assume it's going to be going round. So at least I can ask the bus driver of the bus that should be arriving soon. I just really hope there is one, because if not, I've just wasted about 15 minutes walking further away. And if the driver tells me that there are no buses for a good while that'll take me to Lochy, I'm just gonna have to walk back, and I'll be a bit annoyed that I'll have to do, I think it's a good like 4 miles from here, 3.5 from the hotel, so just an extra 4 miles. That'll be a bit annoying. At least it'll be downhill this time as opposed to uphill yesterday, but we'll see. I've just had breakfast at the place, so I'm feeling all like, you know, fed and energized and all that. Had a really good night's sleep. Bed was so cozy, and it was pretty rainy last night and windy, like blustery winds and very heavy rain. So even though I would have been able to cope with that in a tent last night, obviously there's no way of knowing, it could have been worse for all I knew. And from what everyone was saying, it sounded like it was going to be, but I suppose, you know, it's nice that I've got a dry tent for tonight, which it looks okay tonight, so I think I will be camping tonight. I mean, I should be, unless, like, I don't know, another freak weather incident occurs. Please don't tell me I've just jinxed that. So yeah, we'll just see what happens. Hopefully we'll be camping tonight, hopefully there's a bus, and hopefully I can get back to Lochy where I can continue with the trail. Okay, so I was probably waiting at that bus stop for about 25 minutes and I was about to give up, and a coach came by and pulled up and asked me where I was going, and I said, I'm trying to get to Lochy, do you know if you're going that way, or do you know if like a bus goes that way? And he was like, best I can do is drop you off at the Commando Memorial, which is like a mile down the road. And I was like, yeah, that's fine, thank you so much. So he charged me £2.10 for it, but he has probably saved me about 40 minutes. I'm very grateful, and it's and that was the only uphill bit, and it was all uphill that last bit, or the first bit even, and now it will all be downhill. So very happy about that. And honestly, just a little further down is where that woman picked me up yesterday, so it's like I've just cut out the whole journey, but I'm walking back the same amount I did yesterday that I did to get there. So like I said, so there's the Commando Memorial.
The Commando Memorial is a Category A listed monument dedicated to the men of the original British Commando forces overlooking the training areas. It was unveiled by the Queen Mother on September 27th, 1952, which was coincidentally 71 years exactly to the day that I started my hike on the Great Glen Way, as today was the 28th of September. The plaque mounted on this bronze sculpture reads, "In memory of the officers and men of the Commandos who died in the Second World War, 1939 to 1945. This country was their training ground."
So yeah, Lochy is about 2 miles from here, so with a good pace, should only take me an hour with an even better pace, which I'll try and keep. I'll aim for about 40-45 minutes and I should be back on the trail. It's just after 10, so ideally by 11, but I'll keep you guys updated. Also, this is the point where I got picked up yesterday. She pulled over here and I got in the car and she drove down to turn around just there. So nice to know where that was. And exactly this time yesterday, exactly 25 past 10 I think it was, I started the trail from the old fort in Fort William. It's nice to know that I'm starting them at the same time, even though obviously I did aim for earlier today than 20 past 10, but I mean I left the hotel about, what time was it, 9:30 or something like that. Yeah, about 9:30, 9:20 it might have been. So I was ready to get going, and she said, oh, the bus stop's right around the corner and one should be coming, but obviously one never did. And then a coach gave me a lift, about a mile lift, which was nice. £2.10 though, still. A learner driver just passed me in a driving school car, and I don't know why, but it's just funny to me because I'm so, I'm not going to say I'm in the middle of nowhere exactly, but I don't know, it's just funny to see. I know people have to learn to drive wherever they live, but just look around, imagine how lucky to be learning to drive around here. I guess you'd be distracted by the views though. I would be. I remember seeing these birch trees coming up here yesterday, but like, look at this, it's so cool. I do love birch trees, I just think they're very pretty, and the leaves always look very like dainty and happy. And obviously the bark's interesting, it's like paper. Very good for starting fires, that is. Just peel the bark off, make sure it's dry, and perfect natural firelighter. But yeah, look at that, because it's wet, all the red has come out and it's like flesh or blood. Oh my goodness, and it's exposing the inner trunk. I think that's amazing. These cows again that I saw yesterday. Hello. I'm not too far off now, just a bit downhill, and then I pass a holiday park that I remember, and then those big open fields, then those houses, then that graveyard that I will quickly stop by like I said I would, and then get a Lochy. So I'd say about 15 minutes, which tracks because it's 11:15. So that's the plan. And today I'm going to aim for Laggan, or if I'm feeling it, push on to Invergary. So either one, it's a fair trek, and just basically as long as I get past Lochy, which I will. So I'm gonna aim to walk the entire length of Lochy today, and stop either just at the head of Lochy or a little bit further on, and again aiming to camp, given that the weather isn't too bad. Here's that storm last night, really didn't seem like it deserved a weather warning, if I'm honest. I say that, the rain was really heavy, everything would have been wet, but I don't know, I knew that it'd be rainy before I came here. So I'm happy that I did what I did though. I'm not saying that I regret it, because I don't. It was a lovely night, and it's nice. I never would have met these like nice people, and that's what I love about these hikes, you know. Like I'm never gonna see them again, but I just love to meet happy, nice, like-minded people. Or oh my gosh, you guys, there's more of you. You guys are probably down there or something yesterday. There's loads. I love cows. I stop and look at every cow that I pass. Yeah, so sorry. Meeting people like that lovely woman Helen who gave me a lift, and the woman, I didn't get her name, who checked me into the hotel, the manager, who basically ran the entire place herself, which is amazing. I do think £90 for the room was a tiny bit steep, and she did apologise and said she's sorry she couldn't give me a cheaper room or a cheaper rate. It's the only one she had and everything. I think it's because a part of me is comparing it to the hotel I stayed in, the Keld Lodge in Keld, on the coast to coast. That was 50, it was 50 something, but it was basically £50 for the night in this gorgeous room. It was like a very small room, obviously it was a single, but it was really nice, very well maintained, and that included like a full breakfast. So I feel like, I don't know, everywhere's different, you know. Some places would probably charge you way more for a regular room, so I'm not complaining. Happy I did it, and I slept really well, had a really good night's sleep, because especially considering that on the sleeper train, ironic it's called a sleeper train for me, because I probably got about collectively 2 hours at the most in like 15-minute bursts of sleep. And then the day before that I was up, from the day I got the sleeper train I was up since, I think it was 5:45, 5:50. Basically been up for like nearly 2 days straight, at least a day and a half straight, with I suppose what you could call a couple naps in between that I could get on the train. So slept really well, caught up on my sleep, it feels like. So that might be why I did set off a bit later than usual. Not late, like I said, left the hotel about 9:30. Would have liked to have gotten up earlier, but I just needed the sleep. I was a little bit sleep deprived and exhausted from walking all the way up there. This isn't even the steep part. Anyway, this is that holiday park that I was on about, that I passed, and I believe it's just around this corner down there where it's those open fields that lead me to Lochy. So yeah, 10-15 minutes. I've just come off the road a sec because I really need a wee, but I think this is like a fishing spot, so I hope there's no one here. There's nowhere else to do it once I get on the trail, that's all. I need a place with cover, ideally. I mean, I guess this is the only place I can do it. Right by this like shack facing the river. I'm just gonna double, triple check no one's here. I don't know. This is like kind of creepy, but I just really needed it. There's a main road up there, so there wasn't anywhere to do it. Thing is though, it's a fishing spot that clearly you need a permit for, or that someone owns, and when I walked past this point I did hear like a couple of people talking. I think it was like a man and a woman talking down here, so I was just hoping that they still weren't there or staying in this hut, but it doesn't look very livable. It's cute though. If I own that, I'd definitely make it livable and have it for a little to stay in. It's a cute location. It's so typical that it starts raining the second I take off my waterproof, but I'm just so warm from that walk in, and I was like, oh, I need to take my coat off. I guess I didn't see this big grey cloud right above me, but I'm heading in that direction. Let's hope it goes this way because the wind's blowing that way, so I hope the cloud moves that way and not over there, because there looks nice and bright. And that's down there, like I said yesterday, down there's Lochy, so yeah, I'll be going that way. Like I said, looks a bit brighter, but oh my god, and I thought these were birds yesterday. I was like, oh, look at them all sat on the power lines, like swooping, like wiggling their tails and everything. I don't know what they are, but they're not birds. They're something for the power lines. I can just see one there. It's got something hanging from it. It's like a charm. I don't know if anyone knows anything about power lines and would like to fill me in, because I have no idea what they are. Okay, if I can fit my bag through this gap. Check out these old graves. If I find out what they are, I'll put it on screen, but yeah, they're that old. Not very discernible. Can't read what's on any of them. It's a nice graveyard though. Look at that. Look how old it is. This is amazing. I'm gonna see what this one is, because it's got a whole it's like fenced off. It's got its own fence. There's one there as well. Oh, the gate's open. What is it? This is very fancy. I can't read it, but I don't want to step on the burial site. So again, if I find out what any of these are, I'll probably look it up. Oh my gosh, is that one, or is that just a rock? Really interesting here.
Lochy Burial Ground is a small walled graveyard with 18th and 19th century tombs and graves. It was granted Category C listed status by the Highland Authority in 1980. Its statement of special interest reads as follows: probably site of early Kilmonavig Church. Once bounded north by the River Lochy, diverted to present course in early 19th century to make way for Caledonian Canal.
That's the path I came from yesterday, and I'm just rejoining the trail now as it crosses over this bridge. It is 20 past 11. I did hope to be here for 11, but I stopped at that graveyard and took that little detour before that weetour. So that's fine. Still making all right time, I think. Come on, Cameron. For those who don't know, my boyfriend's called Cameron. So nice to see his name, and you've noticed a very Scottish name, so you are going to see it in Scotland, which is nice. This has been such a lovely woodland walk. I love it. I love these trees. Oh, it smells so good. Evergreens, pines, coniferous trees, just around autumn especially, because all on the ground, these pine needles and everything, and the fern starting to decompose, just smells amazing. It's like a really sweet woody pine smell. It's gorgeous. Look at this moss as well. This moss here, I absolutely love moss, especially when it's just, I don't know, when it looks so perfect like this. And just here, coming out of the trees, first views of Loch Lochy. Oh, it's so bright. It's so dark in there, but nice. A really nice kind of dim forest darkness. Oh my god. Oh, hang on. Is this the path down here? Looks like it. Not there. Here, where I just saw this little blackbird hop down. Following the birds. Yeah, there we go. High fire risk. No problem. Oh my god. Oh my god, is that someone's house? Or like a holiday home at least, because that is spectacular. Got trees, the loch, the mountains, and there's like a kids play area down here. Oh, that's awesome. It's like a tree house that peers over onto the trail. So cool. So much biodiversity here, and look at them all. Look at all these plants and baby trees, moss. Wow. And heather. Oh my god. Just down there past the shipwreck is a lighthouse. I'll put the name on the screen that I read about yesterday. It's really lovely. And just a sock there on the tree. Strange anyway. I've been sat down for a good 3 minutes just taking it in. What a lovely place. I just thought I'd quickly check Facebook while I had signal, which, you know, I don't do all the time, especially when I'm on the trail, just every now and then. And the first thing I saw was, you know, the tree, Sycamore Gap from that old Robin Hood movie that's on the Hadrian's Wall. It was chopped down last night, so that's upsetting because I don't know if any of you guys know this, but me and my brother, in January 2022, we hiked Hadrian's Wall, but got food poisoning to the twice brewed in. which, you know, that was a whole ordeal. Manager wasn't very nice about it, and we ended up calling it quits at Sycamore Gap because we weren't well enough to carry on. And and that's when Cameron, my boyfriend, made the over 8-hour round trip on his day off. Luckily it was his day off work, to come pick me and my brother up from Northumberland. So absolute legend. We always thank him for it. We never let him forget that he pretty much saved us, because there were no buses running or anything miles from the next train station, and we were very delirious from food poisoning. And anyway, yeah, Sycamore Gap is where we stopped, and because it was January and we were wild camping other than the night at Twice Brewed Inn, it didn't have its leaves, but it was still pretty magnificent. I'll put in a picture of it that I took while I was there or something. And yeah, to learn that it's been chopped down overnight. I don't know much more about it, if it was a professional job or if it was like thugs or what, but how awful is that? It was voted it was either the most beautiful or iconic tree in England or the UK, so it's been chopped down. Don't understand why. Me and my brother need to complete Hadrian's Wall, and Sycamore Gap was where we were going to carry it on from, because obviously that's where we had to stop. And it's going to be upsetting going back there just to see a stump. And we were hoping to see it in a different month with the leaves, but mind you, we have left it quite a while. It was January 2022. It's now 2023 September, and yeah, we were doing it for charity as well, for Mind Charity. Don't know when me and my brother can finish the hike. We both need 4 days off together, because we could do it in 3, but I want to do it in 4, so that's why it's taken so long. Because we've had time off for like holidays, but that was like family holidays. We need to figure out a time to complete it. So yeah, that's that really. Sycamore Gap. That's such a shame. I'm really upset by that. I just missed it from side on, but that's a heron up there flying away. I took a shortcut path, took it out a little uphill bit, and this is karma for doing so. Right, I could just turn around and take it, but I'm gonna see it through. Let's do this. Let's jump across. Okay. There we go. Oh my god, there's another. God, let's hope I'm not stranded. Jesus, this is a cool area though. Look at it. It's nice. You can see the Great Glenway sign there. Don't worry, I'll get to you. I'll figure it out. Don't worry, I am sensible. I promise. If it was deeper or faster running, I would just turn back, but my shoes are quite good. Look at me getting wet feet now. Oh, so I'm just kind of navigating this, figuring it out. I don't know why I didn't just turn back, because now I've got wet feet. It's alright, I've got bread bags. Got my Ziplocs. Oh god. Right, how am I going to do this bit now? This is what I mean. What on earth? Don't know whether to go on that. It's quite I want to say swampy. I don't know if that's even walkable. Guess we'll find out. Well, I did it. Got a wet left foot from it. most likely didn't save myself any time. That's what you get from being stubborn.
I could sit around and wait all day. You lay easy on my mind. Like a candle, I just burn away. All we really have is time. All we really have is time. I don't wanna waste it on anybody. Take it with anybody but you. I don't wanna waste it on anybody. Take it with anybody but you. What was it they used to say? Seeking you will find. There is nothing in you that is fading. All you ever do is shine. You are brighter all the time. I don't wanna waste it on anybody. Take it with anybody but you. I don't wanna waste it on anybody. Make it with anybody but you. I don't wanna waste it on anybody.
So if you've watched other Great Glenway videos, you've likely seen this. It is the World War II LCA that Commandos used to train attack from the sea, which it says here was a key tactic. And if you do want to read all this, feel free to pause. I'll keep it still for a moment. And that's the picture. So yeah, cool. And there's also someone's wheel rim, tyre rim there. So I was wondering when I was going to come across this. I've looked at it, but I won't, you know, step on it or anything, obviously. Wow. Very cool. For some reason I always thought it was made out of wood, because when you see it on other people's videos, when they stand over there, it looks wooden. I don't know why. But yeah, cool. Awesome. Glad to have seen that. Clan Camera Museum, which I don't really have time to visit there today. I'd like to, but whenever me and Cameron come here, I'm sure we will. Check it out. But if you do have time, feel free to visit. It's just down that track there. Hello. Oh, look at the size of that tree. Oh my god. So many of them like this along the trail. One right there, and no doubt there'll be many others. One right there. Oh, even its trunk, even its branch. Oh my god, its branches as well. Bloody hell. Amazing. Oh, I love Scotland. This is a really sweet memorial just off the side of this road near Clunes, and there's a little sapling growing out of it in memorial of Boris Coble. I've pronounced it wrong, I'm not sure. 1969 to 1988, member of the Dutch Cameron Boy Scouts. In July 1986, this was the last place he visited in good health. Boris, you're a Cameron forever. In July 1992 this was placed. That is lovely. That's so sweet. This is older than I am. 1992. It says I was born in March 1998. Oh wow. Love all that on top. Look at that. Lovely. All these signs here. Oh wow, Clunes Forest School. It's got like a bookshelf and a TV in there. That's so lovely. Lucky people to be able to use that. Oh, ancient woodlands, modern management. Did you know that the pine marten, these things here, they're common around here, although you don't often see them. On forest roads, keep a lookout for droppings full of berries, a telltale sign as berries are their favourite food. Oh sweet. Oh, there have been woodlands in this area for thousands of years. Patches of ancient woodland with oak, dark, birch, ash, elm, holly, Julian, rowan and hazel can still be found among the more modern conifer plantations. That's looks amazing. Sorry if I couldn't pronounce any of those correctly. Wow. And platforms like the one below, dating back to the Iron Age, 500 BC to 500 AD, are some of the earliest traces of human activity in the woods. The platforms were later used for charcoal burning, producing fuel for the growing industries of the 1800s onwards. Very cool. It's a shame that that's been burnt by someone. Or maybe magnified by the sun. I don't know, it's like a scorch mark to me. It's very cool though. Oh, I hope I see one of these guys. They are super rare though. Pine martens. Also, I had to come back and look at this. It says relocated trailblazer camping site. I would like to make it further to the top, but if for whatever reason, because that's where I think I'm like down here somewhere. If I pass here and I'm absolutely knackered, then I will. However, oh, that's the old one. Oh, of course. That, I didn't know that was an old trailblazer site. I thought it was still the current one. That's interesting, because I was going to aim for there on my second night tonight, but I'd ideally like to go a bit further. We'll see how we do. I'm there-ish, here I think, and then there right there. So I've got a ways to go. I think for Laggan, which is what I'm aiming for, I think Invermoriston might be a bit far today, but would be nice. I guess we'll just see. I think Invermoriston's about 10 miles from here, I've just checked, and Laggan is about, I think it was 6 or 7. So I'd like to wild camp, but if there is a... Ooh, this is pretty. I like these. Yeah, if there's a campsite, I'll consider it, but I might wild camp. We'll just see how it goes. I think this is the point where people often get confused, where the route splits into a high and low route. If this is the point, it's actually further on down there. That's not part of the way. There should be a signpost there. You know what, I say that. This route is probably the best, the most well signposted route I've ever been on for a trail, because there's these, it's the blue pillars with the thistle mark on them. That marks the Great Glen Way, and they're everywhere, to be honest. I've hardly had to look at the map, so I'm surprised there isn't one there, but I don't know. Anyway, this is this is the way down here. Free beer. There's a boot there, a hiking boot. Wonder what's happened there. Cool shelter. Useful in a storm, I imagine. I mean, you know, it'd leak, but keep the wind off you, mostly. Cool.
Blue sky come bearing up before us. We hang on the hem of your gown. Blue sky come, promise not to leave us. Tarry not to our town. There's a darkness in the valley, heavy branches crack and split. If we holler, will you hurry? Can you hear us through the wind? Blue sky calm, dancing in between us. Take us branches through our homes. Bring a lantern, bring it quickly. Joy is not to be crowned. Blue sky, come, hark into our chorus. Tie us to your golden crown. Blue sky, come, promise not to leave us. Tarry not to our town. Tarry not to our town. Tarry not to our town. Tarry not.
Wow, these really are some deep dark woods. Can't even, it's not really showing much on camera, but it's almost pitch black in there. Same with well, not so much anymore, but further down there, that bit there was very, yeah, very dark, not a lot of light. It's cool though, because you've got this vibrant green moss to contrast it with a little stream and algae. It's nice. Looks like very dense ancient woodlands. I mean, they are ancient woodlands, it's just very cool. A lot of history, and you can just imagine people living there in their little round houses, and you know, in 500 BC to 500 AD, as it said. And I wonder what kind of people and who they were who lived in these woods centuries ago. So cool around here. I'm in my element right now. Wow, it's windy, but look at those views. Oh wow, really nice elevation here. Wow, sunlight on that end of the loch. That's nice to see. Also, blue sky a little bit. Oh, so you know, it's getting a little nicer for now at least. Wow. Oh, that's stunning. Oh my god. Good to see how far I've come as well. All the way beyond there. And back there, well, I'll say back there, over there, shrouded in clouds, is of course Ben Nevis. So amazing views up here. Oh my god. I don't know what this is. Oh my god. That's... I think this might be the Trailblazer replacement. This is amazing. Oh wow. Might just go and check it out. There's someone down there. Yeah, this is a really cool space. So it's clearly maintained. You've got a compost toilet there and a few places for people to pitch. So I imagine there's a few down there where those people are. I think there's a couple down there. Stood on one right now, like a flat raised area for a tent. There's one there, one there, one there. There's a bunch. So there's at least within eyeshot 4, 5, 6 spaces and more. Just like I said, down there it's all flat. So this is really nice. There's another hut down there, I can't really see on camera. And there's a picnic bench. A couple of picnic benches down there too. It is a bit early for me to stay here overnight, so I'm gonna carry on, but it is lovely. If this was like right at the end of Lochy, then I definitely would, but I'm only about just over halfway. About 2/3 of the way, I'd say. So I do need to continue, otherwise, because I've only got I'm here till Monday. I've got a train booked back Monday at around 3 o'clock. So I've got till Sunday to finish it, and then on Monday I'd just either do the last few miles, or wherever I end up staying on Sunday night, just go to the train station, stay in Inverness for a bit. We'll see how it plays out. So I do need to kind of get my miles in every day and push on. So if I do get to Laggan or in Barge, then I'll be on track for my 5.5 days. So this is a diversion path, as they're doing, there's construction works going on down there apparently. And I think that sticks out there is the old trailblazer site that I again was considering for my second night. Obviously not an option now for two reasons, because the replacement one is the one that I've passed, and I want to do more walking really. I'm liking this section because I don't know, I really did enjoy the Clunes Forest for a while, and then I just found myself daydreaming and zoning out, because although a beautiful dense woodland, I think my issue anyway is that, again, I do daydream, I zone out a lot, and I just found myself like in my head, and you know, still obviously moving, walking and everything, and then I zoned out and I was just like, oh, I've not even, like, I couldn't tell how long had passed. I had to keep checking my Strava. Kept having to check my Strava app and see like how many miles in I was, because I couldn't tell myself, I really couldn't. So for whatever reason I was zoning out a lot there. I think a lot of it was quite monotonous at some points, and you know, didn't get views like this through most of it, although again I do like trees, I don't know. Anyway, I am liking this bit quite a lot. It's nice high path, and I really like the lighting currently as well, it's nice. So I'll let you guys know how many miles I've done so far. Since the start I've done 26 miles, just under 27. That's the that's not today, that's yesterday as well, by the way. I'm just doing it as a whole thing. So when I set off this morning from that hotel, it was on 14.5 miles. So I've done just over 12 miles today. I'm trying to get to at least 15 because I need to, like I said, get the miles in and everything like that. So I'm trying to get to about 15 miles, so I'm on track for that. Laggan and everything. Decide what I'm doing there. I did consider the youth hostel. There's a great Glen youth hostel, but it's full tonight. I considered it. I wasn't like expecting to go there anyway. I kind of want to camp either at a site or while camping, so I'll do that tonight. Check this bit out. It's nice. Ah, Lochy. Loch of the Dark Goddess. I was wondering about the name Lochy because I was thinking it's like saying lakey, but well, it's got an actual meaning, which is good. Interesting. How deep is your loch? Just some information if you guys want to pause it and read at any points. Go ahead. Walking on the edge of a dramatic fault line. Well, I knew it was a fault line, but I'm intrigued. Be careful. Cuts the Highlands in two and is Scotland's longest glen. This dramatic steep-sided glen is a large geological fault line that runs in an almost straight line across the Highlands from Fort William in the southwest to Inverness in the northeast. Yeah, and it's a straight line. You can see it on the maps. It's really cool. Splitting Scotland into two. So I might have a little sit down and a snack. Sit on that side because the wind's coming from there and I can get a nice view. This is nice, I like this. Just passed a couple of hikers hiking in the opposite direction and asked them about roughly how far do they think to the end of the loch that I've got to go. So obviously coming up here, going over the tops, not those tops, but halfway up where the path is, and he said about an hour and a half, so sounds good to me. I've got about 2.5 hours till sunset, so I'm hoping it works out like that. But yeah, they said it's a bit uphill and flat and then back down, so yeah, all good, sounds good. Oh, there's another nice sheltered seat here. I really like these. I love the stone and obviously all this earth that's on it. I think it looks great. Really fits in with the landscape nicely. Oh my gosh. These are all the things that, these are all the animals, all the creatures that inhabit this area. So you've got red squirrel, red deer, pine marten and Scottish crossbill, as well as ospreys and a multitude of other creatures, I imagine. But oh, I think I've heard that. Metallic chip chip chip. Nice. Oh, that's lovely, that's amazing. I hope I see some or hear some. Oh, this is gorgeous. I'm really enjoying this. Absolutely stunning. Also, not to bring the mood down a bit, but a little update on the sycamore gap tree that was cut down last night. They've arrested someone for a 16-year-old boy. So if that's the case, if it was him, I hope he knows. He probably doesn't know, but I hope he knows what he's done and how devastating that is. Because it wasn't just any tree. Pretty sure everyone knows the significance of it. Yeah, they weren't lying when they said they were undergoing construction on the other path. So the sun's actually shining at the minute, and it feels like it's been ages since I've seen a bit of sun like this. At least on the hike, you know. It wasn't like this at all yesterday or today till now. I think the day before yesterday was a bit dreary as well. So nice to get a bit of vitamin D in. You just see the north head of Lochy there, so coming to the end of it. It's a lovely loch, but I am glad to see the end of it. So I know I've made good time and everything. So I think I'm going to be camping at Laggan Lochs. Oh, there's a rainbow there. Very faint. I saw one down there too before when the sun was out. I'm not sure if the camera picked it up though. So yeah, Laggan Lochs, and I think it's I'm not sure if it's just a wild camping site or a trailblazer wild camping site or what, but it's marked on maps. And there's a barge there nearby, just on the loch, and I think it's called like the Eagle Barge, and they do food and drinks and everything. It's like a restaurant on the water. I did call to see if I could kind of book a table or food or something, and they said all the tables are booked, but the bar space is first come first serve, and you can eat at the bar. So I'll just have to see. I've got food myself, but I just think it'd be nice to have somewhere like that to eat, a barge on the water. Hello there. Oh, look at you. Freshly shaved. So yeah, see what happens with both those things. See what happens with camping at Laggan Lochs and eating at the Eagle Barge. So yeah, not too far from it now. Probably about 20 minutes to go, 25 minutes till I'm at Laggan Lochs, just down there somewhere. So yeah, where I'm hoping to camp is just up there, so you can see where the bit of land that sticks out there, it's not that, it's to the right bit, so I have to walk up right to the very end and across to the other side. So yeah, I'd say about 20 minutes, give or take. Is that a pan lid? Hello. Sorry guys, don't mean to disturb you. So here you've got the end of Lochy and the start of the other part of the Caledonian Canal. I think I might go here. I didn't know there were some bothies that you had to hire there. It says there's no availability, but that's fine. They're like, these are just like glorified huts basically. They look nice. But yeah, this is a really lovely spot. Oh my god, there's someone wading in water there.
I found a good spot to pitch my tent in this tranquil location and read upon the information boards telling tales of historic events that took place in this area. Near here, the Battle of the Shirts was fought in July 1544. The battle was over who could become chief of the powerful MacDonalds of Clan Ranald. There were two contenders, Ranald Gelder and his nephew, John of Moidart. Ranald, whose mother was a Fraser, was supported by the chief of the Lovat Frasers. John's supporters included the Camerons and the MacDonalds of Glengarry and Keppoch. In an attempt to avoid serious conflict, the two sides came together for a meeting. The exact outcome of this meeting is unclear, but John agreed to head west with his men. Shortly thereafter, Ranald and Lord Lovat were returning north to the Fraser homelands near Inverness, where John's army trapped them beside Loch Lochy. Most of Ranald's forces, hundreds of men including Lord Lovat, his eldest son, and Ranald himself were killed. The losses on John's side were equally as bad. Loch Lochy is said to have run red with blood for days afterwards, and John became clan chief until his death in 1574. And it was said that the day of the battle was so hot that both sides removed their plaids and fought in their shirts, giving the battle its name, the Battle of the Shirts. A less colourful explanation is that the battle side was already called Barn Elena, the field of the swampy meadow.
Okay guys, so this is my pitch, and it is quite windy, but I am fairly sheltered here, so that's good. And yeah, got a nice little view there of Loch Lochy, and that's the Laggan Lochs bit. This is a trailblazer thing. It's got a sign up there, and obviously there's those bothies there if anyone fancied booking there to stay at any point on the trail. So yeah, about to do my bed set up, so blow up my sleeping mat and my rolling mat and get my sleeping bag out, and I'll head and see if hopefully I can get some food at the Eagle Barge, but I don't want to get my hopes up too much in case it's absolutely packed. Anyway, so I'm gonna do the bed stuff first, and I'll do one of those transitions. So leave my little tent behind for a bit in hopes of food. If not, I'll be back and I'll have a pot noodle or something. It's no big deal, I'll just check and see if there's any room at the bar to sit.
Just a 2-minute walk from my little wild camping spot was the Eagle Barge Inn, a floating pub restaurant on Laggan Lochs. In inside was styled like a rustic cabin, adding to the wonder of this truly unique experience. And a cute dog that lives on the barge kept me company too. Apparently I was early to arrive, so as one of their first customers I got the first choice of where to sit. I opted for the cosy red sofa by the fire and watched the joy of painting with Bob Ross while I ate nachos and drank good wine. As I indulged myself in the warmth of the Eagle barge, I listened to the storm rage outside. A storm that I'd soon have to step out into, and once I'd reached my tent, I'd find something that had occupied it in my absence.
Okay, right, I've just got in my tent. There's a mouse. There's a mouse in my tent. How did you get in here? Don't tell me you chewed a hole. How the hell? Okay, don't attack me. Where are you? How did you get in here? I shut my tent. You are so cute. Okay, I'm gonna let you out, don't worry. Don't worry. It's okay, right, I'm gonna clear a path. Clear you a path. Come on. It's okay, you go that way. You go Hey! Oh. Okay, you need to get... Have you been eating my food? Oh my gosh, you've been... I swear to God, if you've made a hole in my tent, I'm not gonna be after. Okay, nearly there. No. Nearly there. Hey. It's okay. Right, I don't quite know what to do, to be honest. You need to go out that way. Go out that way. I know, it's okay. Oh, you look so scared. Right, I don't want to touch you because I don't want you to bite me. I need you to go that way, please. Thank you very much. Oh my God, I can't believe that. I honestly thought... I didn't really think when I left the food in my tent because none of it's open, it's all sealed, but I can see the entry point where the mouse came in, so I'm gonna... I'm gonna put tape over that. I can't believe that just happened. I was so... Imagine my shock when I see a mouse in my tent. That was surreal. Anyway, there's a few droppings I've got to take care of. I'm gonna get a tissue, pick them up and throw the droppings outside. That is unreal. I can't believe that. Bloody hell. I can't believe that. In my Bombay Bad Boy as well. Like, that... How? That is so spicy. I know it didn't have the sauce packet, but even that seasoning, man, that mouse is gonna be seriously ill. Gutted, my favourite pot noodle. I think I've got one more anyway, but bloody hell. What am I gonna do with this? I can't leave it in my tent because it will draw more to... Right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave this outside of my tent, and in the morning, obviously, I'm gonna pick it up and bin it because I don't want them coming to my tent. Oh my God. Oh, that's it. No, not one of my porridge pots as well. That's a joke. I'm gutted. Right, I'm going to do the same with this. Leave it outside. Oh my God. But obviously, bin it in the morning. That's ridiculous. I can't believe it. Oh my God, guys, I'm going to cry. So this, I've just seen a hole that a mouse has chewed in my actual bag and has eaten a couple of my Jaffa cakes. I'm just gonna have to do a full bag check. I can't believe this. Oh my God. I'm still in disbelief, and I've just found another hole that is chewed through. So that's 2 holes, and I'm just wondering why 2 holes, because I only saw one mouse, unless one of them came in one way and the same, and the second one the same way, and then one of them chewed its way out. I don't know. And one stayed, maybe? I really don't know. I don't understand it. I've thoroughly searched this tent for any sign of any other mice, but can't find one. So I'm just a bit in shock still, to be honest. I can't believe that's happened. So I've actually gone round and sprayed some of the sides where you can see it's wet with insect repellent, because I know obviously mice aren't insects, but I've heard that citronella, which is the scent of the repellent, repels mice and rodents as well. So, and it'll hopefully mask, at the very least, mask the smell of any other remaining food, which I've wrapped up thoroughly. I've made sure there are no holes that are giving off any scent. I've wrapped it up thoroughly, and yeah, I'm just gonna keep a listen out, I guess, for any pesky mice. And I'm just glad I'm not in bear country, if I'm honest with you, because I think compared to mice sniffing out your food and bears sniffing out your food, you know which one you prefer. So yeah, I'm just a little bit annoyed at the holes that it's made. So the hole in my bag and the 2 holes in my tent. So again, at least it's not anywhere like on the ground section. So I'm gonna have to patch that up as well. Morning guys, guess what happened again? So I woke up and noticed there was another hole from another mouse, or the same mouse or something. So my plan to deter them didn't work. They'd chewed a hole in my bag, and the bag that I kept the food in, and they'd only gone for one of the cup of soup sachets, and that's it. There was like no other food that they went for in there. So yeah, even though like I'd wrapped it well, I'd sprayed my that insect repellent to repel. I know they're not insects, like I said, but I've heard that they don't like the citronella smell. So to mask the smell of the food, because I wasn't gonna leave. Well, if I left my food outside, it would be wet, because it was absolutely. It was like a storm. It was like it was chucking it down last night. So didn't really know what else to do. So I'm a bit annoyed at that. There's no sign of the mouse. I can't actually see. I've had a look around, so it must have left the same way it came in, I'm hoping. But anyway, I'm gonna start getting ready and packed up. I've just spent about half an hour mending the holes, and the holes in my bag and the holes in my tent. Word of advice: always carry a little sewing kit with you for things like this. So I've, you know, sewn that up. It's not the prettiest or the neatest, but it's sewn up. So's the other one, and I've you know, sealed the holes in the tent as well. So there's 3 holes in the tent and 2 holes in my bag. So I'm not happy about that, obviously, but I mean, what can I do at this point? So yeah, I'm gonna start getting ready now. It's getting on a bit late now. As always, leave no trace. That's where my tent was. As you can see, there's absolutely no rubbish around. I've even picked up some rubbish around the area, like some of discarded earphones. And just in case you're wondering, this is the bag. They're the earphones I picked up as well. Of the rubbish of the food that the mice got into, and I had to move outside of my tent. I weighed it down with a rock so it wouldn't blow away, in an effort to distract the mice or something, or move them away from my tent. It clearly didn't work. Anyway, like I said, I'd move it in the morning because I don't litter, you know, leave no trace, obviously. And ooh, cool, like mushrooms everywhere. Yeah, there's a couple of fire pits about. Obviously I didn't have a fire, I wasn't planning to anyway, too wet for it, even if I wanted to. So I don't think that's mine, but obviously I'll pick it up. So I'll just find a bin for this, have a wee somewhere, fill up my water, and then I'll get going. So I booked in just only about half an hour ago at a youth hostel. I think it's called like Loch Ness Youth Hostel in Invermorrison. So, oh yes, the sun! Yeah, so booked in at that youth hostel in Invermorrison. So that's a 20-mile day, and it's already 10, just after 10. But that wasn't even my fault. I was ready to go. I would have been ready to go about 8:30, 9, you know. Had to wait for the rain to stop because it was torrential, and oh, look how gorgeous it is here. It was torrential, and I spent a good half hour patching up the holes that the mice made, so yeah, sewing all that up. That's where I ate last night. The Eagle Barge. It was lovely. It's so nice and warm, toasty, cozy. I'd definitely go again. And I had that massive plated nachos with just one glass of red wine, and I think altogether that was £13 something. It was a large glass of wine as well, so not too bad for prices, because I think the nachos were £10.50, so yeah, it would have come to £13.50. So that was lovely. And as you can tell, a little rainy today, as it has been this whole time. But despite, you know, the mice last night, despite the 3 holes in my tent, the 2 holes in my bag, and the 2 holes that I found also in this coat, which I'll show you guys later, they're only small, in my waterproof coat, despite all those, as well as my food being eaten by the mice, and you know, having to throw some of that away, and spending ages this morning cleaning up the drop-ins and sewing the holes. Like, I'm actually in a good mood. Like, I'm in a really good mood. I'm got a really weirdly positive mindset at the minute, which obviously is a good thing, but I'm just like, despite what's happened, I don't know, I'm not even like, I'm slightly annoyed by it, but I'm not discouraged by it. So, but yeah, I thought to myself, you know what, I'm going to see if there are any hostels open, because I need to dry off my tent before I put it up again. Ideally I could put it up as it is, but it'll just be a bit damp and unpleasant. Anyway, I found this one, and I think it was £22 in a 6-bed shared dorm, just to check that my booking went through, because I've had it before when, you know, places haven't received bookings through booking.com. So yeah, I just want to call to confirm it's pay on arrival as well, so, because I've not actually paid for it yet. So yeah, I'm gonna call that and just see what happens, and aim to do my 20-mile day. So probably honestly be dark by the time I get there, because it's nearly 10:30 now, sensing a pattern here. And yeah, let's say like 2 miles an hour, so that's 10 hours, so that's like what, 8 o'clock. So we'll see. Either way, I'll call to confirm, and I'll just be happy to have a roof over my head tonight. Oh yeah, I didn't mention, so today I'll be approaching Lochy, which is the smallest loch that I'm going to be passing on the trail, and I really wanted to walk along the right hand side of it. So you're walking northbound on the right side, instead of on the left, that takes you to Invergary. But apparently between 2022 and 2024, it's currently 2023, apparently that section is closed for maintenance or repair or construction. I really don't know. So that's what I read online, so that's what I'm expecting, but a part of me is still hoping that it's open. But honestly, I think I'm just gonna have to walk to Invergary. It's just a bit annoying because it's a bit of a longer walk to Invergary. It's like a zigzag, steep uphill and downhill path, whereas along the other side of Lochy it's straight and flat, and you're doing some lochside walking. So that's what I would have preferred, but it's out of my control, so that's the plan. I'm just worried about it taking me a bit longer today, considering I have 20 miles to go. It's such a cute little spot. It's nice and sheltered, and it looks like these have been laid here on purpose, so maybe someone has come here before and Had a little camp or a bivvy. Loads of mushrooms everywhere as well, look at them. Fungi. And as you can see, I'm still carrying the rubbish bag with me and just tied it to my bag until I find a bin. So yeah, this is gorgeous here. I love these woodlands. Yeah, so unfortunately there's a diversion, like I said, so I can't go the way I wanted to until December 2024, so I'm gonna have to go the longer way. So here you've got the Caledonian Canal and then Lochy. Also, my throat's much better. It was really sore the other day, well, for the past few days, but yesterday morning when I left the Highland Bridge Hotel, it was sore then. I took a few ibuprofen before my breakfast, and since then it's not been sore at all, so that's good because it was really doing my head in. I couldn't really speak properly or eat or drink or swallow. Okay, so I'm a bit of a dilemma. I've just gone into and come out of Invergary, and the way that the route is supposed to take me, it's blocked again, and there's another diversion, but it's like pretty much an extra 2 or 3 miles, and I've got 17 miles to walk on top of that. So that's going to be over 20 miles from here, not even from back there. So from back where I stayed last night, it was 20 miles. So really it's going to be like 23, 24. So I might have to catch a bus so I skip the diverted route, because as far as it's telling me on Google, buses are still running down this road here. So I'm going to see if I can. Yeah, I didn't want to, but if it means that, you know, I won't get there at near midnight tonight, then I'd rather just get like a quick 10-minute bus journey just to cut out this little section, and then from Fort Augustus just head on from there. Okay. Fort Augustus, so there's one about 20 minutes it looks like. So it goes to Stroma, but obviously I'm not going to do that because that's just cutting out a day and a half entirely. So there's this sheltered, like the dappled light on the wall, makes sense. Oh my god. Interesting. That vandalism though, unicorn is beautiful by the way. Oh my god. Are you alive or just existing? That's so deep. Bloody hell. Did a college student write that or something? Anyway, yeah. So just waiting here for about 20 minutes. Hopefully a bus bloody shows up. I'll only be on it for about no longer than 10 minutes, just to cut out that section and then head on from there.
Given that there were so many detours due to construction works in the area, I was forced to make such decisions, and at first I felt guilty for doing so, but I had to remind myself that this is my adventure, and facing obstacles like these were all a part of it. I was able to rest and take a break on this short ride and enjoy the landscape from another perspective, and it turned out to be the right decision as everything just worked out quite nicely following this.
So I skipped the long diversion as, like I said, I would have gotten to the hostel close to midnight. So I was dropped off Fort Augustus, and now it's just road walking until there's a path that rejoins the trail, which is through there somewhere. Also, super exciting, this is Loch Ness, just at the start of the southern head. So that's really awesome. Never been to Loch Ness before. By the way, just a word of advice for anyone who would need to get a bus in this area on the via the CityLink bus. If you book online, it's probably best to book online. I booked like 2 minutes. I literally booked mine like 2 minutes in advance before the bus was due to turn up. It was 5 minutes late, but it doesn't matter. Apparently, if the bus is full, they can just turn people away if you've not booked a ticket, because luckily I heard from some of the people who were waiting at the bus stop with me, some really nice local hikers and everything, and they were just saying to everyone like, oh, make sure you book your ticket, and I was like, what? And for those wondering, the bus fare was £5.80 for an adult single. That's amazing. A rainbow over Loch Ness. Oh my god. This is the point where the official trail meets where I am, so comes down from down there and carries on along here. So back on Great Glen Way. Skip that bloody diversion.
Invermoriston Bridge is a 19th century bridge designed by Thomas Telford, one of nearly 1,000 bridges by Telford in Scotland in the early 1800s as part of a plan to improve Highland communications and build the parliamentary roads. 2 stone arches straddle the Rushen River, which is known for its salmon runs, where if you're lucky enough to go at the right time, observers can watch salmon leap through the river. It was a Friday on this day, but I was told that if you wanted a real show, to visit on a Tuesday, as every Tuesday the dams upstream at Dundragan open and the waters below can be fierce and dramatic. I stopped at St Columba's Well for a few minutes and read about the mysterious legend that surrounds it. It's believed that the well, or the spring, has been on the site since the early Pictish times. Until the 6th century AD, the water was considered to be poisonous, causing boils and ulcers to appear if splashed on the skin. St Columba, on his way to visit Brud, a great king of the Picts, drove out the evil spirits around the well and blessed for all time the water coming from it. The water was then clean and pure and was said to have great curative powers. There's more information on Columba himself and the well, so if you're interested in reading about him, then just pause as I'm going over the information boards.
This is St Columba's Well. Apparently people believe this may be the origin of Loch Ness, and what's interesting is this could just be folklore, but how cool is this? That apparently Columba witnessed the first formally recorded sighting of the Loch Ness monster in 565, so that's the year. How amazing is that? 565 AD. Yeah, so if you want to read any of this, just pause on these bits. I think I'll nip in here for a pint if there's room, and then I'll push on the next however many miles. I think it's like 5 or 6 or 7 miles to the hostel.
Blue dew, blue moon, kinda mysterious, shaded with someone I'm not really into. Do you need to fix it? Talking bullshit. It's hard to see you when your eyes look dull. Who's gonna save you? Who's gonna make you not blue? Not blue. Blue dew, bad mood, sorta whippy and jaded, but let's not talk about you. Your coyote song on a rerun. since I ran into you. Do you need a picture? Well, that gets old. It's hard to take one when your iPhone's full. Who's gonna save you? Who's gonna make you not blue? Not blue. Not blue.
I spoke to the lady who managed the pub that I stopped for a pint in Morriston, and she asked me, because she knew I was doing the Great Glen Way, and she was like, aren't you annoyed by all the diversions? Because I've had people come in and complain about them, and I'm like, yeah, I've literally had to like skip a part, 10-minute bus ride just so I get to my place on time, because I couldn't walk the way that I was supposed to, which is really annoying. You know, I would have made it on time, definitely, you know, without doing that. Obviously I had to get the bus a little bit, just a few miles down the road, because it was an A road, and yeah, not very walkable. I did do some road walking today though. It was a little bit scary. So it's kind of validating to know that other hikers are, you know, taking a hit from the diversions. Obviously not in a good way, but not even in a gratifying way, just in a, yeah, okay, that's fine, we're all in the same boat sort of thing. So it makes me feel a little bit better about it. Glad I did that anyway, because I'm only about 10-15 minutes away from the hostel, and if I hadn't have done that before, and if I had taken the route diversion, I wouldn't be at this point where I am right now until, I don't know, maybe, I reckon just after sunset, and I'm about an hour and a half away from sunset at the minute. So I reckon it would have set me back about a couple hours. And to be honest, I don't fancy walking this track at night. I'm fine usually. It just depends on how I'm feeling about these things, about walking in the dark at night, because I've done it before, obviously. You know, I've done night hiking before, and I've gone through the forest near Lady Bower Reservoir in Edale in the Peak District, walked through there at night to get some water from the lake, and that was creepy, just with the torch through these dense woodlands. And as a horror fan, you would not believe the scary images of creatures and people and monsters and ghosts and stuff that I have stored up there. So yeah, it is definitely scary. Much rather get to this hostel in the daytime so I can actually see Loch Ness from there as well. Otherwise I'd be getting there at dark, and then I'd be leaving in the morning, probably only see it for breakfast. So as long as I get there while it's light, I can just see Loch Ness through there. I've gotten some really good views of it today actually, but I think that's because I didn't take the route diversion, because I looked on my maps where it would take me and it was like round and back. Massive diversion, honestly. And then there was obviously the one before that where you couldn't go on the right side of Lochy and you had to go zigzagging like I did into Invergary. And then the one before that, the day before, near Lochy. So, you know, setting people back a bit. You can plan a day, you can plan a day's hike, all well and good, and then you come to a diversion that could possibly set you back an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours even, and you're like, how do I navigate this? You know, like, it wouldn't be an issue if I didn't have to be back on Monday. Like, I've got my train at, I think it's 3:45 p.m. on Monday, so I can have half a day's hike there. Anyway, that's the plan. I'll be at the hostel in about 10 minutes or so. I think in a few videos I've seen a bunch of people have gotten confused and taken that as a high route, whereas just check my map and up there leads you round and back that way. So always look at the signs and check your map before taking wrong turns, which I'm not one to talk, to be honest with you. I daydream and miss turns all the time. Anyway, Drumnadroit, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, Drumnadroit, I think. 9 miles, obviously I'm not going there today. Exciting news! I booked this when I was having a pint at that place. On the last night, so night after tomorrow night, on the last night, on the Sunday, I will be staying in a place called Buntrue, which isn't far from Inverness. Tiny diversion from the path, like a mile from the trail, sorry. And it's in this like vintage mini caravan thing by the sea, so I'm super excited for that. I found it on Airbnb really cheap because I thought I'll camp tomorrow, hostel tonight, camp tomorrow, camped last night, and on my final night I will, don't know, treat myself to this cute little caravan thing. It wasn't too bad actually, it was like 45-50 quid I think, so I'm excited for that. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow that is. Plundered then, protected now, that says, because early people cleared woodland to create farmland and build their homes. In medieval times, growing towns demanded even more timber, while the busy shipwrights of Inverness also used great Glen, oak and pine. By the 1800s, yet more trees were felled for industries like leather tanning and iron smelting, which needed large quantities of oak bark and timber. The building of the Caledonian Canal also used up huge amounts of local trees. Indeed, there was so little Great Glen woodland left that the canal builders resorted to importing timber from the Baltic. Wow. Apparently here you can find small patches of surviving native pine wood amongst 20th century conifers. Modern foresters are working to regenerate the Great Glen's ancient woodlands. That word there. Both here and at other places along the Glen, which will also have a positive impact on the local wildlife. Here's some of the local wildlife you can see. Oh, oh my god. In native pine woods you may be lucky enough to spot the pine marten, Scottish crossbills and the black grouse. And found above Altsai is a hoverfly that is so rare that it doesn't even have a common name. Whoa, that's cool. A hoverfly, a rare hoverfly. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Ooh, hang on a second, this is cool. I'm going down there that way, by the way, because that's the Great Glen way, and then this is just to the hostel. Oh, look at this. I'm not gonna go all the way up, but imagine. Look at how gorgeous that is. Just imagine that. Right, you know what, I'm gonna quickly check it out. Looks cool. So it's a government water treatment place. Very cool. It says strictly no bathing. There's a little barrier here. Oh wow though, look at that. Imagine just like, you know, if it looks nicer, just what a place for somewhere to stay, sleep in. I always think that I get proper imaginative, and I suppose with like, you know, nice whimsical places, and I'm like, imagine staying there or living there or coming on holiday here, because there's just so much potential. And I'm not on about development, I'm on about the odd little hidden shack like that, because obviously keep these places undeveloped, keep them native as they are, you know, with woodlands and everything. But yeah, just the odd little cabin dotted around would be amazing to stay in. Oh wow, now this is in the middle of nowhere. This is what I mean. It's so gorgeous. It's like a bloody Amazon Prime box in the window. wonder how long that caravan's been in there for and why. Just checked in and my room is in an outer building down here somewhere. Oh my god. I don't know why I'm whispering, there's no one here. Let's choose a bed. That is awesome. The view of Loch Ness and everything. Wow. So I've had a hard time choosing which one, and it was mainly out of these four here because obviously the best view, you know, for the morning and everything. And I was like, usually I go maybe bottom bunk, it's just, you know, easier, I can jump in and out, but the view just is better from the top bunks, and I would initially think that one because it's a bit private and I can kind of hide away in the corner, but there's just something about the view from this one. I'll show you the view from this corner one. It's still good, it's still nice, you know, you got the loch, the trees, it's beautiful, and it is private. You know, you can go on your phone, I mean, you can go on your phone on any of them. But this one, even though it is one of the central ones, just, oh, look at that. How nice. It is a creaky one though, it's quite creaky. But I really do like it. So I think I'm gonna choose this one. Get ready and then, you know, get my stuff sorted and unpack the things I need. And then I'm gonna go make some food in the main building, chill out there a bit, do some sketching or writing, and then get a shower and come to bed.
I took in the views of Loch Ness as I headed inside to have some food. I sat in the main dining area looking out to the deep blue twilight of the night over the loch as I ate Highland Brie on Scottish oat cakes that I bought from a local shop back in Invermorrison and some white wine from the hostel. I stayed there for a couple of hours writing and sketching before going back to my room. The peace was like no other, and despite the fact that it was nighttime, the bright moonlight lit up the night sky, and with stars and planets still visible. I fell asleep looking out to the views of a moonlit Loch Ness. Waking up to views of Loch Ness truly is something special. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't distracted by the calming ripples of the water's surface, or if I wasn't kind of keeping an eye out for Nessie. You never know, and I like to keep an open mind. I did have a slow morning while getting ready, but that's a good thing, because what would an adventure be if you didn't stop to appreciate the moment, take in your surroundings, notice details that you'd otherwise miss, think to yourself and wonder and acknowledge just how lucky you are to be there in that moment. So I spared these moments to just do that, to slow my mind and enjoy the scenery before me. I'm not one to take anything for granted, and certainly not moments like these. I've reflected on my journey so far, as I was just over halfway on the trail. I thought about the geological information that I'd learned about the impressive and ancient Caledonian mountain range, the perfectly straight line of the Great Glen fault that I'm following, moments that I'd witnessed such as Neptune's staircase in action, new experiences like watching the sunrise in the Highlands from the comfort of the Caledonian sleeper train, eating nachos on a floating pub on the Caledonian Canal, meeting wonderful people such as Helen from day one, and dealing with dilemmas like navigating unexpected diversions, coercing a cute little mouse out of my tent and subsequently repairing the damage that it had done, and of course all of the sights that I'd seen along the way, like the rainbow over Loch Ness that greeted me once the rain had subsided. As well as reflecting on these, I took in what was right in front of me. An image so tranquil, so perfect, a border of verdant green foliage framing the famed loch of harmonious silvers and steely blues dancing as it rippled on the diffused and overcast light of the morning, with a backdrop of a forested hill. Just thought I'd show you what I've done here. So, because the other mirror is over there, and I'd be like, well, if I'm going to be doing my makeup, I'd like to be looking at Loch Ness as well. So I've this is like innovation. Are you ready? So I got a plaster, I've got plenty, don't worry, and I double-sided it, you know how you do with tape, to stick it on. I'll go around and show you. So, as you can see, like that. So I've just done my makeup and everything. I'm just gonna get ready, get some breakfast and head off in a bit. Okay, I've stripped my bed, as you can see. Left the bedding down there, it makes it easier for them. And yeah, just leaving now. Gonna get my breakfast. I've got this porridge pot that I'm gonna have, and grab a coffee, get my tent from the drying room and stuff. Yeah, so I just left, but obviously I need to call by the drying room, which is where I am now, to get my tent. So that's the only place I could put it, on this like washing made in, and put that bit on some hooks, but that bit wasn't very wet, it was mainly this. And then I'll show you outside in a sec, so I'll just get this ready and put it in the bag and my socks and get going. So that's the hostel, and that door there was the drying room. I just got to walk back up this way, uphill a little bit, back to the part of the trail that I left yesterday.
Also, I know I'll be putting the miles that I've done each day at the end of every day in the video, but just so I can show you guys. So I was walking, I think that includes stops as well, to be honest, because a lot of the time I've just left it running. Average speed and the miles so far, so just under 50 miles. I believe that means I should have about 30 miles left, give or take. So I've got today, tomorrow, and then half a day Monday. So I've got 2.5 days left, which puts me halfway today. So kind of adds up, yeah, just over halfway. To this point is like, you know, I think halfway was between Fort Augustus when I got off that bus and the hostel last night. So I think, yeah, just past halfway. So this is really relevant if you're walking southbound on the Great Glen Way from Inverness. So that'd be the high route you'd take, and that'd be the low route. I've come from the low route from the youth hostel, and it was, oh my god, 100% worth it. Staying at that youth hostel, it was gorgeous, the views are amazing. The only downside is that I missed this. So, you know, it's a big, kind of a big deal to see on the Great Glen Way. I just know, like, you see it in people's videos, you see it on the thumbnails of the Great Glen Way, but if I'd choose seeing that or staying at that youth hostel, I'd choose the youth hostel, so it's not a big deal. Just bear that in mind if you were to stay there. I suppose the only way, because yeah, I'll show you here. So this is where I stayed at the youth hostel, so obviously I had to come up. A lot of switchbacks, by the way, very zigzaggy, and I'm there. Yeah, so missed that, just bear that in mind. I think it's up along here or there, or I suppose I could have gone up and backtracked from there, but I don't really want to, if I'm honest with you. So glad I took the way I did. It wasn't too hard. It was steep, but to be honest, either I've become fitter over the last couple of days, or I don't know, there's just something easier about walking uphill with my bag now. Maybe because I've had some other food, but not loads of it, to be honest. Yeah, so Drumnadroit, I'll find out how to pronounce that correctly if I'm not. 7 miles that way. Again, that's the high route from, if you're going towards Invermoriston, where I've come from, if you walk in the opposite direction. So the route continues down here for me. It's nice and level for a short while, and then I think there's an ascent and then a descent into Drumnadroit, and then after Drumnadroit going uphill again. So yeah, that's the plan. Oh wow, I'm just getting my first look of these high views over some rolling hills and mountainous terrain, and obviously Loch Ness down there. Oh, this is amazing. This is special. I'll see more of it as I get further on. I'm loving this section so far today. Looks like some people have used this as a wild camping spot. It's a very nice one, I believe. It is close to the path, obviously, but to be honest, in Scotland that doesn't really matter so much, especially on a path that's probably only really used for people on the Great Glen Way and other local walks. But yeah, nice. You got a little view of Loch Ness down there. You're sheltered, mostly sheltered by the wind with trees. Got the white noise of running water down there, so you've got a water source. It's great, really. It's nice and flat. It's got a ridge, so you can't roll off. But yeah, I think that's a nice little spot. I've seen loads of potential wild camping spots along the way. Wow, I'm not going to go up to it because that moss there looks like I could fall through it, but look at that. The red mushroom there, the fungi. Looks like an apple. I'll zoom on it on my camera. That's so cool, and there's some little orange ones down here as well. God, they're everywhere. Amazing to see. There's a brown one there. I've seen them all along the way, and there's some in the tree there. Oh my gosh. Need to get into my mycology. Mushrooms and fungi, or fungi, however you pronounce it. So I know more about them when I see them, and I can tell you guys facts, because that'd be awesome. Nice little white one here, but for now I'll just kind of describe them. Another nice wild camping spot there, nice and sheltered by the trail, and you've got a bench with a beautiful viewpoint here. Don't know if you guys can even tell a difference, but I've only just changed the camera resolution in the settings from 5.3K to 4K, just because I was running out of space. It said I had an hour and 20 minutes recording time left, and now I've changed it to 4K. It's an hour and 48 minutes, so I get an extra 25-30 minutes on it just because it's running short. So I'm just going to do shorter videos and less long talking videos after this. And this coming up here where the paths join is where the high route that I'm on meets the low route. Also, there's a few hikers about now, they've just got up to me. I think they all started from Invermoriston, and I'm just kind of slowing down and dawdling, looking at trees and moss and mushrooms. section. Beautiful woodlands. Bit of a diversion, but I thought I'd check out this tea rooms and pottery shop. So lovely. You are so sweet. So just left that tea room and it was absolutely lovely. So back on the Great Glen Way now, as you can see, and yeah, there were loads of hikers there doing the Great Glen Way, and some just visiting from the area who are from Drum. I've learnt that the locals just refer to it as Drum, so that's what I'll be doing. It's a bit easier. And wow, look at these trees, it's like carnage. Bloody hell. Oh my god, and obviously the cats were so sweet, and there was a little one and an older one. Oh, that reindeer moss, very cool. And there were 3 men there when I arrived, older men, who I'd seen on the path before, and they passed me as I stopped for a little like break to take some pictures and all that. I said hi to them, and I saw them at the cafe as I arrived. And when I went in to order I had a black coffee and a pineapple and whiskey cake, and the man who runs the cafe said one of the men out there had offered to pay for me, and I was like, oh my god. So I felt really bad saying yeah, but he was like, just say yeah, it's fine. And I said, okay, I'll go speak to him and thank him. So that's what I did. And yeah, it was lovely. He said, well, you know, I've seen it before when people on expeditions who I've been on with haven't been able to afford nice things, or when the money's running low. And what's crazy is, hang on, this view's nice. And what's crazy is, as I was approaching the cafe, maybe about 2 minutes away from it before, I was thinking about 2 things. One thing, I was thinking about cats. Don't know why, hadn't seen one. I was just thinking about cats and how I like cats, I don't know. And the other thing was running low on money, and I was like, right, because I knew there was a cafe nearby. I didn't know it was there at the time, but I knew it was in the vicinity. And I was like thinking about how I'd love to stop at a cafe, but I really need to think about my money and what I'm going to get, and I can't, you know, get anything too much and all that stuff. And I was like, right, I've got to manage my money. I've only got this amount left to last me, plus I've not got payday for another 2.5 weeks anyway on top of that, so I've only got a bit left for my hike. And that happened, and I said to him, I was like, well, thanks so much, because I was actually running low on money. So you've really helped me out and you've made my day. So he was chuffed by it. And yeah, and I didn't like take the piss with it either, of course I didn't. I only had a black coffee and a slice of cake, because, you know, if someone offers to pay for something, you don't say, right, well, I'll have loads then, you know. It's not right unless they explicitly say to you, I want you to get loads. But obviously that's not gonna happen. But yeah, happy with what I had. It was gorgeous, and the cats were so sweet, the little one and the big one. Yeah, so I'm about 5-ish miles from Drum, so it took me about, I reckon, a couple hours to get there, not too long. Oh, and the man who got me the coffee and cake, he was called Keith, so thank you, Keith. Oh my god, there's another cat there. Hello. Oh. God, there's a lot of vehicles around here. What's going on with that? Yeah, I counted about 11 or 12 cars there. What if they're the vehicles of missing people? Imagine that. Seriously though, why are there so many? There's also a caravan and a boat. A tractor, another caravan, and about 10-11 cars. How bizarre. Oh wow, aren't you beautiful? Oh, little pony. Hey, is it okay if I give you a little stroke? Yeah? Oh. I've got any food for you, sorry. You're very lovely, aren't you? Yes, you are. Bye. Some lovely massive houses up here, like hidden in the hills just a few miles from Drum across this pond. It reminds me, one of the three men, the elderly men who were hiking, not Keith, the one who bought me the coffee and cake, but one of his friends. He's from Drum, because we were just chatting about it, and I said, oh, what's it like? I've never been, obviously I'm going to pass through it today. Is it nice? And he went, no. And I was like, what, is it not? I don't think he was on about visually, it might be visually nice, but he said the people there and he elaborated and said it used to be a very small town but very gossipy, and he said now it's bigger and still as gossipy, and he says sometimes the people there can just be very nosy and negative. So I don't know if he's personally had a bad experience there, or if it's genuinely like that in general, but that's what he said. He said it's a very gossipy place and sometimes it can just be a bit too negative. So interesting to know more about the society in Drum. Yeah, I'll see what kind of vibe I pick up from it when I'm there in an hour or two. I'm assuming that they're the houses that I saw up there, the big houses, the names of them. I wonder if they're holiday homes, or maybe that's just for the postman or something. Creepy. I wonder if that's like a war shelter or storage thing. That was weird. And for a second, as I was recording, I thought I saw a face in there, so that freaked me out a bit. Look at those lovely cows, lovely coos. In case you haven't noticed, I love animals, all of them. I do stop and look and admire them and say hi to them. I just think animals are lovely, very cute and sweet. I've seen quite a lot of Tesco delivery vans on this hike. One just passed me and I've seen a few in the last couple of days. It must be nice to just, you know, your job being driving through places like this, obviously like in an area like this, not through towns and cities, but yeah, that'd be lovely. Imagine making a living off just, I don't know, delivering to places in areas like this and driving through. I'd be very happy. But it's just funny, yeah, I guess these people are that kind of out of the way that ordering online is just more convenient. Must be nice doing a big shop online. I mean, I say that like people don't do it. I've done that before, especially during COVID. But I just love going off on a bit of a tangent now. Big Tesco, I love going to, you know, like the big Tesco's, the Tesco extras or whatever. I don't know, it's just fun. They're just nice to go in. I think it's a superior supermarket. It's just, I don't know, something about it. Don't know if it's the layout, no clue. But I asked Cameron to take me to Big Tesco on my birthday the other year. It's a birthday treat. Not like we don't go enough. Not even to buy anything either, like maybe a couple bits, but yeah, as you can tell, I'm not a very high maintenance person. For example, for my, I think it was my 16th birthday, my mum was like, oh, do you want me to take you out to a meal? And I asked her to take me on a nighttime drive and get a coffee at a service station. That's another thing. I like services as well. I like service stations, like just road trips and stopping off at them. It's just fun. I might do I've considered doing a service station rating thing at some point on this channel, or even if it's a separate channel or what. But yeah, I'll see where that goes with the idea of doing that. I think I might do. I mean, it's a bit of a niche, but some people might enjoy it. I'd enjoy making them, the service station videos, and rate them, similar to how I want to do with the campsites. I want to, like I said in my Ullswater Way video, I want to do like a campsite rating kind of thing as a section on my channel, like a series for it. And yeah, service stations might be coming up in the future, guys. It's so quiet. It's interesting. So you can see there's a gate there, and this is like a gate post, and obviously this is all grown in the way of it, like kind of overtaking it. I wonder how old that gate is then. Must be fairly old to have all this grow around it and in front of it. And also, of course, no matter where you go, you'll always see something like Monster, Mackey's, KFC, whatever. Oh wow, look at that. That's like the one I saw in the forest before that I couldn't get close to. Oh, another one there and a slimy one. This one looks a bit like a Scotch pancake. There's one in there too. Hello. I won't go up to you because I don't want to wind you up. Oh, you guys are so cute. Okay, so just filling you in on my plan for the night. I've just booked a pitch for camp at Loch Ness campsite, Loch Ness Bay campsite, I think it's called. And I'm definitely, you know, the plan was to definitely camp tonight, whether that be a campsite or while camping. And I just thought, I'll see what there is. And it was £12. So I thought, that's good. You know, it's not extortionate, and it'd be nice to be in a place situated near the loch and all that stuff. And there's, I suppose, I don't know, security, like there's facilities, I can shower, all that stuff, get fresh water. So, and the plan on this trip was to do at least one night's wild camping, which I have done, which was on my second night, the night that it rained and the mouse came into my tent. So at least I've done that. It's pretty cool if you think about it, because every night it's like a different accommodation. So the first night I was at a hotel / B&B. Second night I was wild camping. Third night, which was last night, I was at a youth hostel. Tonight I'll be at a campsite, and tomorrow night I'm staying in a vintage caravan thing that I found on Airbnb. So you know, a different accommodation every night, mixing it up a bit, which is fun. So I'm excited to see what this campsite is like. Loving these trees, they're so sweet. Every time I see these, they make me feel very festive.
Through the arbor, in the garden room, wings are beating, baby, me and you alone. Pencil drawing phases of the moon, all through the stages, both becoming seen into. Slowly we take on phosphorescence, vivid in the bone. Phosphorescence.
I think this is the campsite.
In the heavens, a billion signals move.
So I can go anywhere on this field that isn't near these electric pitches. So anywhere over there, toilets and showers are just there, and the green buildings there. And he said just across the bridge, out the gap at the end of the field, about 5 minutes away, he said there's like a village with the shops and pubs, restaurants, all that stuff. So I'll have my food at my tent, and I might, if I fancy it, go for a little walk in the village, maybe get a pint or something. So I've chosen this place here right between these two trees near a picnic bench, and I'm just gonna do the, do that thing.
Midnight halos twist tied together, turning so close together. Midnight halos twist tied together, turning.
So I had my shower, I had my food, just a pot noodle, nothing big. Now I'm just gonna go for a walk into the village because the man who checked me in to the campsite said it's about a 5-minute walk down here, and that I can exit out of the field over here. You can't really see on this though, it's hard to see in real life, it's gone pretty dark very quick. And yeah, just gonna see if I can maybe sit in for a pint, or if they're doing food, something little, because like I said, I've just had a pot noodle, so I might get something little. So just heading into the village now, hopefully and get a seat in a pub somewhere, restaurant or something.
So close together.
It's so creepy about to walk into the pitch black with like no light.
We take on phosphorescence, vivid in the bone. Phosphorescence.
Nice campsite, good facilities despite having to press the shower button every 10 seconds, but it was a good shower and everything, nice clean bathrooms, very spacious open area, and can't see it getting much shelter from the wind however on a really windy day, other than maybe pitching there. But yeah, it's lovely. Check-in was nice, the man was very friendly and informative, and yeah, it was just a nice day. So the skies are looking pretty promising, despite having to wait out the rain this morning because it was torrential. I'm hoping that it clears up a little bit just to give me one sunny day, because this is my last full day. I've got like a half day tomorrow because I've got a train at 3:45. So yeah, I set off just after 9 because I had to wait out the rain. So the thing I'm staying in tonight is similar to that little caravan there. I think it's blue in the pictures. So yeah, something of that size. Hello you guys. I'd love to check out this Nessie land, but on a bit of a time limit, so I'll definitely be back and check it out another time. So I just passed Nessie land and there are a few gift shops nearby and they were all shut, and I was thinking to myself, oh, it's a shame that they're shut because I'd love to go in and get something like, you know, Loch Ness or Nessie related, and then the last one that I passed was open, so of course I went in and I probably spent about 10-15 minutes looking around stuff. Bought just a couple bits. I've got a Nessie for me, and I thought I'd get Cameron something like a little Highland cow, or vice versa, like they're both ours anyway, but I'm going to give one to him as a gift, so I think it'd be nice. So that was Drum and it was lovely actually. It was quite nice from what I saw, you know, I only passed through, and up here is just gorgeous. I love the views. There are a few houses up here I just think very lucky. Nice surroundings, but yeah, the town itself was nice. It had a nice co-op. I went in but I didn't need anything, I only went in for about 2 minutes. And the houses are quite sweet looking as well, but obviously just thinking about what that man said yesterday who lives in Drum, and he said it's a very gossipy place and that sometimes it can be a bit negative, but I didn't, obviously, you know, it's hard to pick up on a vibe like that if you're just passing through, but from what I saw it was quite nice. And it's beautiful, it's sunny right now as you can see. Just taking off my waterproof and it's nice and warm. Oh god, it's nice and warm but getting very hot. Of all the days to wear black. Had to choose today. I'm not complaining though because it's just so nice. And obviously we're heading into autumn. Today's the 1st of October, one of my favourite months of the whole year. You got Halloween, one of my favourite holidays next to Christmas. Not that the UK really celebrates it much, I really wish they did because I love it. I love the aesthetic and everything about it, to be honest. You got the you know, the leaves really changing colour, which I love. And it's mine and Cameron's anniversary as well, the day before Halloween. We usually go away for it, so got a lot going on in October. Oh my god, some healing coos. Oh, they're so cute. Look at them graze. What a beautiful sight with the blue sky behind, and oh, that's perfect. I love them so much. I love cows, but especially Highland cows. So just coming off the side of the road now, this is where the path takes you, and just reading this quickly, so some people might have heard of this and know about the story already. John Cobb, he attempted on the 26th of August 1952, he attempted to break the world water speed record, and the Crusader, his boat with jet propulsion, and unfortunately he didn't break the record because the cause of the tragedy remains a mystery, but he died in the accident. So for it to count, the record to count, he would have had to travel a mile and then return along Loch Ness, and he unfortunately died on the return mile. No one knows what happened, but yeah, he didn't end up breaking that record. However, he did have the triumph of being the first man to travel on water at over 200 miles per hour. And he has a memorial about 5 minutes west from here. The inscription on his memorial cairn reads, "Honour to the brave and to the humble." So that's the story in case anyone didn't know. And here begins the ascent of the day. I think it goes quite high up, I believe, and there's Loch Ness. I set off just over an hour ago and already I've hiked 2.5 miles, so already I've got a pretty good pace going, but of course the rest of the way from here is quite uphill, so we'll see how I do and what time I get to the place, because I believe when I checked it was about 17, 18 miles or something like that to the place I'm staying, so it is quite a long day. And yeah, it started raining again. I've checked my phone, the weather app, it does say it's going to clear up later, so it'd be nice to have a nice sunset on the coast. But obviously it depends where the hell I am at sunset. If I'm still up high or if I'm at the place around 7. Oh my god, a red squirrel. Hey. No, come back. Oh, I just went off into the bracken. Oh, I'm so glad I saw one. I mean, I've seen them before, but obviously it's quite rare now. Oh, that was amazing. Down there, I'll just zoom in, is Urquhart Castle. I didn't get to visit it while I was down in Drum, but one day I'll be back and I will. But what a nice view, and with the mountains behind all pushed back in the mist, it's just amazing. Love it here. What a gorgeous view. Boats as well, and the sun on the loch. Wow. Oh, hello you guys. Sorry if I've disturbed you. I just keep looking at the loch, it looks so amazing. With all the boats out. Such a nice day. Despite, by nice day I don't mean sunny day. A nice atmosphere, there's a nice like stillness and vibe to it.
4 feet on the stripes in the Alabama highway. Out there in the open, just a wishing and a hoping. I could smell the pines when I let you in the doorway. Took the seat next to mine like you've been there before. I'm befriended and it lose ya. I could never stand to lose ya. I get by when you're at my side. I'm befriended and it lose ya. At the end of my bed, in the palm tree lightning, it was nothing you did, I just felt my low lightning. Now we talk all the time, it's a little one-sided, always one step ahead, and I'm running behind you. I'm befriended and in lose ya. I could never stand to lose ya. I get by when you're at my side. I'm befriended and in lose ya. I'm befriended and in lose ya. I could never stand to lose ya.
just passed an older American couple coming the opposite way who recognised me from that cafe yesterday, the Pottery Cafe, and they said they got a ride because I asked them, I was like, oh, so have you guys walked this and then just walked back? And he said they got a ride up the road, got a lift I think on a bus, and they're walking back this way. I'm not sure what the plan is, if they're doing the Great Glen way. It seems like they are, but I'm not sure. They're probably doing it in their own way, which is cool. Yeah, they said it's a steep forest track up and down, but after a bit it'll level out, which is what it shows on my map. So I'm loving the forest, to be honest. I'm really genuinely loving this part. I think it might be my favourite part so far. I know I always say that, but so far, all that down there, even though I'm like absolutely sweating from the incline and all that, but you know, I'm not going to pretend that it wasn't difficult, so just best to be honest about it. But it wasn't, you know, the hardest incline ever. It's just first thing into these gorgeous woodlands, and then you're going up, and then there's more up, and here's a bit of down, but I think it goes back up again in a bit. Oh my gosh, didn't know this was here. Great Glen Way questionnaire. I'm going to fill it out. That was a cool little survey. I enjoyed doing that. So I've just come across some more people, Americans from the cafe. There was a group of 3 who I recognised from the cafe, and we recognised each other. I'm like, oh hi, walking the opposite direction. And I said, another couple of hikers have actually been doing the same thing, and they were like, yeah, it's quite popular with us pensioners to do. He said it's a service from the co-op in Drum, so if anyone fancies doing this, I don't know how much it is. The co-op in Drum, there are like coaches and things like that drop you off at the halfway point between Drum and Inverness, and then you walk back this way. So you've done a section, but the easy way around, because he said it's all downhill for them, but all uphill coming the way I've come. So that's an option for some people to do, I suppose, if uphill isn't your thing. But yeah, I just had a nice chat, and they said they were dropped off about 3 hours ago, and they said it's like 6 miles at the halfway point from Drum to Inverness. So I should get there at the halfway point. They said the Eco Cafe is there as well, that you might have seen in other videos. I'm considering calling by. It depends if I'm hungry or not. I've heard it's quite expensive, that they do one thing on the menu. It's like a platter that they put together, and it's about £21 or £23 or something. And yeah, it just depends how I'm feeling about that and about spending that money. I'd love to, but yeah, anyway. And those people said out of these beautiful woodlands, it opens up into really nice open moorland, and the views are incredible, so I'm incredibly excited for that. Just past that Dutch couple down there, another couple of hikers that I remember from the cafe, from the Pottery Cafe, and I've seen them, you know, along the trail, and they're doing the exact same thing as the other guys did, halfway point, walking back down that way. So I just wonder how many other people I might see doing that.
I was absolutely loving the colourful and awe-inspiring views of the high route out from Drum. The smells of the pine and fir from the forest, a gorgeous blue sky, the sunshine just perfectly warm on my skin. I took in these wonderful sights, marvelling at the exposed rock faces and contemplating the history and geology of this impressive area, hiking the line of the iconic Great Glen Fault.
In case anyone's wondering, so the Eco Cafe, this is still along the Great Glen Way route, by the way. It just passes through in a couple minutes. It's about 9 miles from Drum, so I'm 9 miles in now, so it's probably 9 or 9.5. And I've been walking for about 4.5 hours, I'd say. So just bear that in mind for anyone who wants to plan to come here or stop by. Gotta say, I love this section. It's so, I don't know, delightful. It's just so lovely. You know, you've got the sun spilling through the trees and the autumn colours of the decaying pine. It's just, it smells good. It smells amazing. And knowing that there's a cafe, a rest stop up ahead, that's always good. But like, yeah, this lighting, it's gorgeous. So it's Sunday today, should be open 365 days, year round. That's comforting because I was worried it would be possibly shut 2 PM on a Sunday. Someone's calling the dog. Interesting toilet. I mean, does the job. Oh my gosh, this looks wonderful. So I did end up going for the whole thing. I couldn't ask for a smaller one, I was too shy. So it's £20. This is the vegetarian one, and look at how much you get. That looks amazing. Oh, hello. that was amazing. That food was so tasty and fresh, like you could tell from just navigating all this mud. And that lemon cake, yeah, oh, massive. I ate everything except half of the cake, which I wrapped up and put in my bag. So I ate pretty much everything, which is mental, but I was so hungry and now I'm so stuffed. But it was so good. So yeah, they give you 3 options of meat, vegetarian and vegan. I think the prices are the same. I had the vegetarian one and it was, oh, my notifications are coming through now. And it was, yeah, £20. But if you're paying by card, there's like a £1 fee because they say it charges them £1. So, which is fine. So yeah, £21 if you're paying by card, £20 if you're paying by cash. Wow, oh god, amazing. So I would recommend it to everyone. But you've got to be hungry when you get there because I don't think they do smaller options. I was too shy to ask, so I just thought, yeah, I'll pay the 20 quid. Oh my gosh, would you look at that? That's amazing. Yeah, I've really got to make tracks now. It's 3:15. I have just under 4 hours until sunset and I've still got a good amount of miles to go. I think about 9 miles to go. So this is like my halfway point for my destination for the day. I don't know how much more uphill is after this, but I know that I have to go downhill to Buncrew. That's how I pronounce it. By the way, this place I'm staying, Buncrew. I thought it was Bunchrew, but yeah, I've heard people say Buncrew. And yeah, dead excited. I'm gonna really pick up my pace now. And also just another note about that cafe, so there's absolutely no signal there, so I had to, oh my god, oh look at the little guy go. Not gonna touch it though, bloody hell. Yeah, there's no signal there, so I had to wander around and make sure that my money was transferred to the right pot because I use Monzo. So I spent like spent a bit of time doing that. So I was there for an hour. I can't believe it. It doesn't feel like an hour. Had a good time though. Honestly, it felt like about 25 minutes. But it's worried me now because it's 3:20 and got a ways to go. It's fine. I'll make it. I just want to see the sunset when I'm there, that's all. That's our main thing. But it's not like I have to put up a tent in the dark or anything like that. And yeah, lovely couple. I didn't get the names, and if you go there they'll want to take a picture of you for their Facebook page, so I'll put up the picture they posted of me now. Yeah, they've been open for 25 years and they've been open every day since. They said they've not closed for one day for 25 years, which is insane. And they're so friendly and they're so like easy to talk to and very jolly and happy, so definitely recommend that to you guys. Just bear in mind you have to be hungry when you go because you get given a lot and it's very filling and very tasty. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder what that is. That green thing, is it a tent? Oh, I see, yeah, it's a tent. It's like a little chill thing. That is so cute. Oh my god. What a lovely place for it. Probably belongs to that house down there, I can see. Oh, okay, so to be honest, I'm taking a really good pace. I think I should be there in 3 hours. I just can't stop smiling. I feel so emotional in a good way. I'm just so present at the minute and energized from the food and just seeing these views open up around me is something else. Like the distant mountains, it's quite windy, I'm sorry. Distant mountains, oh my gosh. And now to see what's around this corner, maybe a view of Loch Ness, maybe more mountains, who knows. Still about 7 miles away from my destination, about, I'd say 2.5 hours roughly. I'm just so happy. The weather, everything is just amazing. I'm in, yeah, really good spirits, really good mood, and nicely satisfied from that food. What a stunning area. I love all of this, like biodiversity, all the trees and the plants and all the colours of like summer blending into autumn. It's just so perfect and special. Like, I'm struggling to find the correct words other than just beautiful, to be honest. But that's what it is. I love it. I love it here. What a beautiful place. I just remembered to say as well, and I know this is going to sound like I'm plugging my own channel on my channel, but I might as well say, if you're watching this far and you're not subscribed, if it's okay to, you know, if you want to subscribe, if you like stuff like this, I've got loads of videos already on the channel, and I've got loads more coming. Hikes, camps, wild camping trips, trips abroad, just a bunch of things. So if you want to, you know, if you want to support the channel, all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. Don't like being the person to be like and subscribe, but I mean, you know, people say it for a reason. It does help the channel out a lot. Yeah, and just, yeah, hope you enjoy the videos. I don't really know how to end this. I could just kind of segue into saying, oh, it's beautiful around here. I'm about 5 miles from Buncrew. Oh wow, wild camping spot there, beautiful. I was just thinking to myself as well, back there, I wonder how many people do the stretch from Drum to Inverness, because I checked and I think it's about a mile further to Inverness than I am to Buncrew. I think it's like a tiny bit closer, so I'm not really sure how many people do that, just out of interest. But yeah, so hopefully should be there in about a couple hours at the most, and it's 5 now, so I'm on track, which is good. Oh, just past a couple who were hiking the opposite direction. They've just started the Great Glen Way today from Inverness, obviously. And obviously I was like, oh, you've got so much to look forward to, all that stuff. Have you done it before? They're like, no. So I gave them some tips. I said, if you're staying at Laggan Locks, if you're wild camping there, because that's their plan, I said there's mice, so don't keep your food in your tent because they'll sniff it out and chew holes in your tent like they did mine. So yeah, that's just something to keep in mind for any of you guys watching if you were camping. I suppose, like, I've never had that issue before, but at least, you know, definitely at Laggan Locks, at the top of Lochy, yeah, there are mice, so just so you're aware. But yeah, they said they've just come through a forest. I think it's the start of this forest now, and they said it's like a fairy tale forest, and they said it's like magical. So, but yeah, it is, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of it before descending down into Buncrew. That is such a beautiful sign. I can't really see the honesty box, so it's down there somewhere. I can't really see the honesty box, but if I had cash I'd totally check it out, but I don't, so there's no point. But look at that sign, it's so cute. I love these like info points along the way, they're amazing. So honestly, this whole trail is just so well kept and maintained. as you can see from my video. And yeah, so this says this stretch of the Great Glen Way between here and Inverness overlaps with an old cattle droving route. Many of the routes you can drive or walk today in the Highlands began life as drove roads. Cattle droving in the Highlands was at its peak in the 1700s and 1800s. Each year, tens of thousands of tough and hairy cattle were driven south between May and October. Also, like maybe between this time, to be sold at the cattle tryst, I think, of Crieff and Falkirk. Buyers came from as far south as Norfolk, Suffolk, Essex and London. And the cattle drovers, these guys here, they generally slept outside, lived on oatmeal porridge, bannock, which is unleavened bread, and the occasional dram of whiskey. They picked their way through the Highlands without maps, some of these words you can't read, selecting the best stances of grassy overnight stops for the cattle on the way. Yeah, so if you wanted to read that last bit, give it a pause now. And same with that, if you can read it. Very interesting though. Look at that. Oh, lovely, lovely bench. Hello. Oh, hi, aren't you sweet? Yeah. Oh, hello. You're so cute.
Thank you.
I can hear the dogs barking. So just past, well, the brown dog that you saw that came up to me, so cute, was called Stan, and there was another one, a more grey coloured one called Ted, and they were so cute. Little labradoodles, very friendly. Oh, look at this wild camping area here. Someone's made like little log benches, log seats, there's a little fire pit there, a lot of flat ground. Fairly sheltered from the wind, it's quite breezy but it's nice. Gorgeous area, oh my gosh. If you're a regular to this channel, then you'll know that I pretty much say this every time I come across an old ruin. I wonder what it was like in its prime. I wonder what it, you know, who lived there, and probably like a shepherd or something, but it's always just so fun to imagine and let your imagination run wild with it and see in your mind what the building would have looked like, or the pen, the cattle pen, whatever it was, but someone built it and someone likely lived here, and what a place to live in. Like, it's so, oh, the words, I'm lost for words. I'm just so happy. Hello. Hey little buddy, just seen you hop across the path. Very well disguised, camouflaged in these leaves. So it's 6 o'clock, just hit golden hour. The sun's currently just behind some clouds, so it's not very golden at the minute, but hopefully will be. And yeah, I am 2.5 miles away, so in theory should just take me an hour now to get there, and in a bit it's all downhill down there. And this is the point where I divert from the Great Glen Way path. As you can see here, where I've got that marked pin, that red thing, Apple Maps reckons I'm about 35 minutes away. It says 1.7 miles, so I'd say thereabouts, yeah, 40 minutes. Something like that, because I've been doing the odd jog because sunset is in 40 minutes, so I should get there actually at sunset. if I do keep up this pace. It's like a race against the sun. I just don't want it to be dark when I get there, really. I should meet a road a bit further down, like a main, not a main road, but a proper road, more of a road than this. And only be about, yeah, half an hour from now when I do. There's the sea. The car just passed me and it had a woman driving it, and in the passenger seat was this like child, probably about 11 years old, like with like proper ginger hair, and he just looked at me and just like gave me this nod. It's like a when two ginger people see each other, it's just that nod. Listen to those trees creaking. I swear I just heard donkeys, like, you know, the noise they make, the kind of the inhale, like the I'm not gonna do it. I just heard donkeys, honestly, like I swear to God that was a donkey. Oh, I'd love to see them. You never really, well, I don't really see that many of them, to be honest. That's an awesome house, by the way. That is lovely. Love skylights and windows, interesting architectural design. It's got a balcony, big balcony attached. Oh, beautiful. I love admiring nice houses and just imagine what it's like to live in them, especially if they're in a lovely area like this. Very, very lucky people. I'd be happy if I lived anywhere like this. Like, look at that. I love, oh my God. I feel awkward like peering into people's windows, but I'm just gonna zoom in on the computer. It'll have to be. You can see right through the other side. When you can just see right through. Oh, I love it. I just love that, because you can see what views they can see, and you know, there's generally a constant source of daylight. Oh, it's beautiful. I've got like a mailbox and a black cat on the drive. Oh my goodness, that is the dream. A mailbox and a cat and a house. Just the house here, and anyway, I'm gonna I need to stop myself from just going on and on. Less than a mile to go now. Almost there. Oh my God, check out these cows. Can't really see them that well through the hedges, but oh my goodness. You are so beautiful. I wish I could come up to the fence and give you a little stroke. Oh, oh my God. See you in a bit. Oh my God, look at these little babies. These calves. You guys are so beautiful. Oh, that cat ran into the bushes, but look, it's back there on the path, just chilling. It's probably shy. Look at you guys, all lined up. I wish I knew what we were thinking, honestly. I'd love to know Cal's train of thought. Hey, hello. I come up to you, but that bracken looks pretty deep. I don't want to get stuck. You guys look so fluffy and cute. Oh my gosh. Oh, you guys are so funny. I wonder if they think I've got food. Are you guys just curious? Oh. Oh, I'd love to stay, but I need to get a move on. What the hell? This is so funny. What are you doing? They're all just following me. Oh my God. was weird. You're right. What's going on? This is so funny. Hey, you gonna let me give you a stroke? Oh, no, never mind. Guess you were just curious. You don't actually want me to go up to you. That's fine. Oh, I don't know what you guys want. Are you just watching me? No way. That was so cute. We're just like herding cattle at the minute. What the hell is going on? I've never seen anything like this before in my life. This is so funny. Let's just say I am glad that there's a fence separating us. Otherwise that would be quite scary. You're right. What the hell? Someone just coughing back there. Oh, see you guys. It's the end of your pen now. Oh, he's so lovely. I keep doing a little jog to get them to follow me. And it's so sweet, but I think that's quite telling about if you are going through a field of cows. If you run, they'll run after you, especially if there are calves. I think these are quite young. Some of them look it. Anyway, bye bye guys. Nice to see you. Just about 5 minutes away now, I think. I think I can just see the start of the caravan park down there. Okay, so now I'm here. I've got to navigate my way around to actually find the little caravan that I'm after. The woman said that it's near the solar panels by the shore, so I should be heading in the right direction. I think that's it, that little blue one there. So I arrived about 20 minutes ago and look how sweet it is. It's gone very dark very quickly outside, but yeah, I've got a skylight. Some of these are my lights, so that's my light, and one of those in there, because there's two in there, is mine, and this one by the mirror. And it comes, you know, there are a few little lights here. They're a bit dim, but how cute though. It's so cozy and quaint, and I've just kind of got some of the bedding, and there's plenty of blankets and pillows and cushions, and my bag obviously is there. And she's the host has sent me pictures of how to construct the bed, so that's made here. And these are these are little things that I got. So I got this for Cameron and this for me, or like I said, whichever way around, they're both ours anyway, so I could say they're both his presents. But look how cute they are. You can take the tags off as well.
So cute. Yeah, got a nice view out there, and those lights that you can see, that is Inverness. And you might be wondering, why didn't I just finish my walk in Inverness? Because everywhere in Inverness where I looked to stay was so expensive, and you can't camp in Inverness unless like you're outside. And I thought, my last night I'll treat myself. So everything, like I said, I think the cheapest one I found in Inverness was like just under 200 quid for like a normal hotel room. So I thought I'd rather spend a quarter of that and stay in somewhere like this by the sea. So I'll just show you a bit more. Beautiful views. In the morning that is going to be stunning. Checkout is 10 AM, which is normal for these places. I'm excited to see this in the morning. It's going to be another sunny day tomorrow and a clear night tonight, so that'll be nice. Anyway, I'm going to go to the toilet, get some food sorted, and I'll show you some of this place. I've turned all the lights off, by the way, that's why it's pitch black. It's not this dark. Before I turn my lights off, I'm just about to leave and get some food on. Okay, let's see if I can make this bed. Oh, that looks amazing. Oh my god, I've done a good job. I've like tucked it in down the sides and everything, so it's nice and cozy. And for now, I'm just gonna have those cushions there. I'll move them when I go to sleep. But I'm not going to sleep just yet. I'm going to be up for quite a bit. Might do some writing, might just go on my phone a bit, watch some videos, do some sketching or something like that, and I'm going to make some food and eat it now. That bright light out there is the moon. It's so bright. That is the moon. How nice is that? So anyway, I'm gonna go to sleep now. I'm leaving those two little they're like little tea light candles. They're not obviously real flames, they're the battery powered ones, and they're quite dim. I think they're running low, and I just think I'll keep them on for a nice kind of atmosphere. It's so cozy in here and I'm so tired. But yeah, I've done just under 20 miles today, so I am knackered. So yeah, anyway, catch you guys in the morning. Good night. I woke up in this cozy, tiny vintage caravan to brilliant sunlight pouring through the dual aspect windows, presenting an image so picturesque, the Bewley Firth, which is believed to have once been the site of an ancient glacier that reached 55 metres high. A joyful and calming birdsong was like a gentle, natural alarm, and it couldn't have been a more perfect morning to wake up to. I got ready slowly as I had plenty of time before I'd need to head off. I enjoyed the stillness and the peace with the surroundings illuminated in the warm amber light of the morning. I packed my things away and tidied up, and before setting off I wanted to stroll down to the shoreline of the Bewley Firth, realising at this point that despite the finish line being a few miles away, I'd made it from coast to coast. I also silently commended myself for choosing to stay here, as it would be my only chance to be by the sea on completion of this hike, as the Great Glen Way is essentially a coast-to-coast hike, yet the official end is within the Inverness city centre. soon left Bunkaroo and I was totally embracing the day with such good weather. It was almost like a blessing from the universe or something for my final couple days on the Great Glen Way to be just so blissful and serene. The sun on my skin was warming and energising. Temperature's perfect as it was now early October. A sunny day in Scotland is a truly good day. To rejoin the trail I had to do a mile of road walking, which isn't ideal but it's just how it is. And the reality of this being my final day struck me, and I felt a constant changeover of emotions as well as a small reluctance to leave this land. Scotland is special, and when you're there you're bound to feel a deep connection, something almost unexplainable and indescribable unless you have a few hours to spare to listen to me go on about it.
So it's basically road walking for the next mile or so. It's annoying because I have to keep trudging through this long grass, so it's slowing me down a bit, but I'll rejoin the trail a bit further down before I come into Inverness anyway.
Where is the line between dreaming and feeling blue? It's 4 o'clock in the evening. I haven't left my room, but the truth is, if I'm honest, I feel stuck here in the middle. Am I one of those crazy people? Should I stay here or should I let go? Pull the sheets over my head, hoping change is gonna find me. You don't have to remind me. I'm doing nothing at all. I'm ruminating on a blank wall. But I feel stuck here in the middle. Am I one of those crazy people? Should I stay here or should I let go?
Hello. Oh, you are so sweet. Oh, beautiful.
Can you tell me what I need? Tell me what I need. Can you tell me what I need? Can you tell me what you see in me? I just feel stuck here in the middle. Am I one of those crazy people? Should I stay here or should I let go?
And this is the last bit of the Caledonian Canal until it reaches the sea. So I've only got half a mile left to go to the end of the trail at the castle just down there somewhere, and I just thought I'd sit by the River Ness for a bit, take about 5 minutes break just before I do, just to think and take it in and just enjoy being here while I can.
walked that final half mile into Inverness city centre, passing by a plethora of shops, bars, restaurants, cafes and sites of historic interest nestled within the old character of the city, such as Abertarf House, the oldest surviving house in Inverness. It was closed today unfortunately, but I made sure to read up on its story. Built in 1593, Abertarf House is the oldest surviving house in Inverness. Cromwell's army marched past it. Jacobite soldiers walked through the streets and around it. It's witnessed sheep riots, cheese riots, the Covenanting times and 2 world wars. While other buildings have fallen, Abertarf still stands. Built as a townhouse for a wealthy family, by the late 1800s it had become a tenement building owned by the Commercial Bank of Scotland. It was then split into housing units. Up to 6 families lived here, crowding into small rooms with little sanitation. By the early 1960s, the house had fallen into such bad state that the town leaders discussed pulling it down. Thankfully, Inverness Field Club lobbied hard to save it, and it was a close call, but Abertarf House survived. It was given to the National Trust for Scotland in 1963, and restoration began a couple of years later. Despite being only minutes from the official end of the Great Glen Way, I had one last diversion, which meant that I couldn't walk by the castle or hardly even see the castle due to construction works. And I really wasn't that bothered by this, however, as the giddy butterflies in my stomach feeling intensified with every step, and the fact that the warm, golden sunshine saturated the colours around me, I felt just as vibrant as my surroundings.
So this is the end now. I'm coming up to the castle itself. Is actually closed and under maintenance, but I can see the end there. So almost there. So this is it, officially finished the Great Glen Way. It feels amazing. I do have exactly 3 hours until my train, so I've got 3 hours to kill in Inverness, which is lovely. If you want to pause at any point on this information board. God, that didn't age well.
Just in view of the monument was a tapas and wine bar, and I just love Spanish food, tapas and wine, so this was perfect, and what a treat, and I suppose a celebration for myself for taking on this journey. I had spicy roasted peppers, honey battered aubergine, patatas bravas and a bold red grenache, essentia vida, a perfect pairing. I also want to take this moment to appreciate my supporters on Buy Me a Coffee who generously help me fund moments like these, a small cafe stop or a pint at a pub or even an end of hike meal. And a shout out to my recent supporters, Andrew Chesney, London Viking, Tangled Twigs, John Ward, Anonymous, Chris Houston, Steve, Alex J. Lord and Doug Cook. Thank you all so much, and I really appreciate all of your support. So that was it, I'd officially completed the Great Glen Way. I wandered around Inverness a little before heading to the train station, and in my mind saying goodbye to Scotland and promising myself that I'd soon return. I boarded my train and then came an announcement that informed us that the train wasn't able to start, so everyone migrated to another platform in hopes for a working train.
So apparently there's a fault on the train, so we have to take a different train from platform 1.
The train was moving and I enjoyed the Highland views from the window.
The next stop is Stormy.
Once in Glasgow, I had an hour before my second train home, so I thought, why not have a walk around Glasgow at night and grab a pint? So I did. I made the connecting train with plenty of time to spare, relaxed and looked back on my journey. I want to thank all of my wonderful patrons on Patreon for supporting me each and every month. You guys make all the difference to my channel, and I hope everyone watching enjoyed coming along with me on the Great Glen Way. Thank you so much for all of your lovely comments and support, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Lancaster, Preston, Wigan, Warrington. We terminating crew around 23:30.
That is code D for the shop. The shop.
Who told you that it was too late? When was it that you started leaning that way? 4 tires cut into the clay. It dries up and now there's just one road to take. It's growing up over with green. So easy to drive on, but not what it seems. The poison is spilling upstream, and it's taking out every living thing. Every living thing. Who told you that you were no good? There's no use in trying, and even if you could, it wouldn't come out like it should. This stubborn kudzu just covers these words. Could you listen to somebody